of what has been a truly incredible event. It has been an exciting few days filled with engaging discussions, insightful presentations, and valuable networking opportunities. I hope you've had a fulfilling and enjoyable experience so far. Today we have a fantastic lineup of sessions planned, and I do know that we have already started with the Precademia teams. And today we'll pick from where we left off yesterday, where the conclusions and recommendations on how to solve or bypass the roadblocks that had been identified in our respective teams. With the showdown taking place in the afternoon, I hope we will continue to build on a meaningful relationship within the Preca teams and make today another memorable day. I would like to therefore call on Mr. Ian Widok to give us the review of the day and set the scene for the rest of the day. Thank you, Mr. Widok.
Thanks, Sadele. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hi. Johnny, do you want to come and put that slide on the screen? That young lady's going to do that. So, good morning. Day 3. Phew, it seems like a couple of centuries ago from day 1. We've come a long way. And people are sort of tired and excited all together, looking forward to the end, looking forward to the outputs. That's what we've been talking about. When we put this agenda together, we sought to achieve a balance of rigor, structure, and time to flex, to be flexible. And we hope we've achieved that within a program of events that keeps people giving people something to do and think about and challenge them. You all need challenging, you know that, challenging intellectually especially. And everybody's risen to that challenge superbly. What we're facing now is a distinction between abstract and practical. Abstract is, if you like, the conclusions and recommendations from the roadblocks. They're somewhat abstract, not entirely, but I think you'll understand what I mean. They're conceptual, and the key, and that's going to happen partly today and partly here forward, the key is going to be how we translate that abstract understanding into practical work and implement. So alongside the abstract, inside the abstract is this continuous refrain, we're not good at doing. We are not good at implementing. Implementation always, nearly always, fails. So that's a more of a challenge. We know that. So how do we achieve that in the context of what I've just said? And that's a challenge in itself. What we're going to seek to do is do both. I'm a great fan of the word and. I tried to stop using the word but about 7 years ago. It helps my life a lot. If you use but, you tend to exclude. You tend to polarize, either or. It's not that, but it's that. If you use and, life just becomes more and more complex, which is manageable. So that's where we are today. So I urge you all to bear that in mind as you go through the day. If you think, well, what's going on here? What the hell's he talking about? Just remind yourself that it's a bit of an and. So practically, we're going to carry on with the program, which gives us till 11 o'clock and a break at that time, although I think we can take breaks almost at any time you like, but 11 o'clock to talk in teams. So the teams will be repopulated onto the screen when my colleague from Edinburgh has found them on his laptop and put them on the screen. There were some of you who are not in here yesterday, so you can join a team It's really up to you. The teams are basically according to the roadblocks. So if you see team 1, that's roadblock 1, lack of common frame of reference. I've forgotten your name. Colleen. So Colleen, you join and you didn't have the roadblocks explained to you, so you're going to have some catching up to do, but you can join a team that you want to, that you feel inspired to join. And Prof. Sabali at the back there, and anybody else who's here, Kevin Mearns, who's here, who wasn't here yesterday afternoon and didn't allocate to a group. And while that's happening, we'll seek, the facilitators will seek, and I want you to seek us, so it won't be just us pushing you. So in the car to the day, today, Andrew and I, Andrew Van Lingen, my very good friend whom I give a lift to every morning to come here, we're talking about Clayton Christensen, the departed, R.I.P., sad gentleman who made an enormous brand of his name in Harvard Business School. And one of the many things he talked about was that there's a time to push and a time to pull. And getting that dynamic right, jeepers, that could make you very happy and probably make you very prosperous as well. So we're seeking to get that right. So we'll push a bit and pull a bit, and we expect you to push and pull, which means saying, oi, come over here, because practically we want to create some projects. I've already got a very nice list somewhere in my hand, or it might be on my notes over there, of wins. Wins that have come out of the last 2 days. And we want you all to go away today with a sense of, wow, here's some wins, and here's how it's going to happen in the next month, quarter, 6 months. Day by day, hour by hour. What are we going to do? How's it going to change? It's only by addressing those sorts of questions that we start to make implementation happen. I've heard enough in the last 2 days to think, my God, there's an amazing amount of energy, an amazing amount of I like the word, it's a phrase, daring do, just brave exploration, daring do. We do stuff, and we do stuff on an edge. It's exploring. We're not exploring the Antarctica, although I know some of you do that. We're exploring our communities. We're exploring our personal headspaces. We're exploring all sorts, how we make relationships with other people. And daring do is a great phrase for doing that. So there's an awful lot of that in this room, and that we're now seeking to harness in a constructive way so we can move forward, all of us, the university with a structure and a plan and a strategy, and the individuals inside the university and the individuals inside communities knowing how they're going to work together into the future. So I'm going to start the Brains Trust. We're brainstorming just now. I'm not sure if I've got a brain left. We'd like a 2-minute presentation from one person in each of the 5 or 6 groups yesterday to just summarize what you did and the challenges you faced. Some groups looked like they were enormously successful. Some groups looked like they were suffering a bit of wheel spin. When you've done that, and please be open and frank, when you've done that, we'll all go back into groups. And then there'll be individual group guidance from Elko and Llewellyn and myself and Johnny regarding some of those of you who in fact need but be open about your challenges and what you sense you suffered or didn't experience that you expected to experience. Yeah, Elko. Yes, please. Yeah.
Just in support of Ian's word, I wanted to share a few items from the international experience with this model and this methodology. We reviewed, as you know, I collected the paperwork from yesterday's session. And when we look at conclusions and recommendations, then it's in the R where you move into the practicalities of things. That's the R of recommendations. And what we have found yesterday, and from the international experience, is that many of you, under recommendations, are not telling us how you think it gets to be done, but what you think needs to be done. And that is where the shift is between abstract and practical that he was talking about. So I'm giving you a little bit of activities that you listed, the teams listed under recommendations. And I'll briefly call out what you recommended. And you said, mobilize, appoint competent people, motivate, plan, find synergies, better communications, creating structures, community enhancement, accountability, monitoring, create change, make it compulsory, dialogue and stakeholder engagement, and create incentives. All of these are great items to recommend, but it is the what. It answers the what question and not the how question. So I emphasize and would like to impress on you that when you go to work this morning, that you forget about the what when you talk about recommendations, you focus in on the how. And not only about the how can all these things be done, like the items that I just listed, but also how could the Center of Excellence help in achieving that? And from that angle, we will get the collaborative projects in the future that focus on linking practice with academia for the benefit of communities and better policies. And that's my goal to you.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Geez. That's what you call synchronicity. I was thinking about, while I was talking, is something going to happen up there that's going to come down and hit me on the head? And Elko's hit me on the head, not for the first time in his life, and I hope not for the last time. Thank you, Elko. So there you have it. Who'd like to come up first? If you've want to say a few notes, but there are 6 teams. All your notes are on the tables at the back, but you don't necessarily need to refer to those. Who'd like to come up from Team 1? Team 1 was the roadblock, lack of common reference. I can see Victor Seshoko. Who's going to talk to that, please? Team 1. Team 1. Thanks, Nobs. And just work out Team 2's lessons learned. We had 2 Team 3s, 3A and 3B, a Team 4, and a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you. Nobs, over to you. Nobs looks at me in a meaningful manner, which I always know is meaningful, to remind me that we have... not to hold you here, but because we think it's going to fit in perfectly, at 4 o'clock this afternoon, an event. 15 young people are going to come and entertain you. Yeah, Komotso's looking at me like I've walked in from another planet, but that's okay, because I probably have. And Nobs is, and it's. I don't want to say too much, she asked me not to, but it's musical. And it's courtesy of Dr. Nobs Mwanda, who's standing in front of me.
Good morning, colleagues. I hope I am going to be talking and track, because we are all surprised about this, but I just hate hiatus. So when they say who's going to talk and no one comes, so I always say that, let me go and die. So let's talk about the challenges we had. The challenges that we had were You know, when you talk about the W's, the Y's, the what's, the how's, and the when, and the what's, they can be all confusing. And I think we hit that roadblock. So we struggled to kind of compartmentalize things as to, is this the what, is this the why, is this the, and so we're gonna try and refine this. I'm not gonna tell you what we came up to, but we're going to try and refine that this morning. But we also, one of the biggest issues that our roadblock we felt is a cross-cutting roadblock. It's about the language, it's about the common frame of reference, and we felt that's cross-cutting in all those other roadblocks that were lifted. And therefore, we struggled between, do we go with a case study or do we go generic? And as of yesterday, we were generic. And having thought about it last night, I really think we need to stay in that generic lane. Because if it's cross-cutting, then we should be able to apply it to all the other roadblocks. So there's quite a lot of work that we are going to have to do as a team this morning. That's my 2 minutes of talk. I'm not going to tell you what we talked about, but some of the things that were raised, we want to reframe them and see where we can actually put them in what compartment. Thank you. Not sure
Thank you very much, Nobs. So that was like 10 out of 10, 10 and a half out of 10. She didn't give the game away. She didn't talk for colleagues who might have disagreed with her, but she got her message across, and we all know where that group's heading. We talked in the brainstorming this morning about giving guidance, maybe, to groups where necessary. It sounds to me like they've made a decision. It's really interesting what Nobs said exactly there, because she said having slept, she didn't say having slept on it, she said having thought about it since yesterday. So another thing that I've done that some of you may not have done is I've done a course ERA on learning how to learn. 4-week online course at McMaster University, Ontario, Canada. Best investment of nothing, it cost me not a cent, I've ever done. Learning how to learn. Part of the way we learn is by going to sleep. We think, we put our brain in something of a turmoil. We go to sleep, if we can, with our brain in a turmoil. We wake up and boom, we're going to go generic. That's, she could have chosen we're going to go practical or cutting down, but she said, no, let's keep it at the generic level. Others may disagree or not, maybe not choose that same approach, and that's fine. It's an and. But it's the reflecting on what happened yesterday, waking up the following morning and thinking, oh my God, boom, it's there. Thank you. Team two, thank you. Who'd like to come from team two? That's lessons learned. Who's coming from team two? Roussos is laughing. I think we may have to appoint Shanice. Shanice. Yes. You see, there are certain people in this group, and you can tell who they are, like Nobs. She said, I won't let that opportunity pass. I'll go up and die, but it's okay. Thank you, Shanice.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So our roadblock was roadblock 2, and what this comprised of was lessons learned. So our group was focusing on lessons learned, and did we or do we learn from past experiences? So in our group initially, we came up with recommendations without understanding or having concrete conclusions put forward and attached to the recommendation. However, we had more solutions to the problem than actually pinning down what was the issue. Yeah, so I also gave it a little bit of thought. This morning I sat a bit and went a little bit more in detail on how to understand and process who will do what, and that will assist us with the practical part of solving the problem. So I'm not going to go into so much detail, but one of the things in which we were urged to do and to go a little bit more deeper was to find out how practical can we make it. And if we are saying, for instance, with the flooding in KZN, to address that problem, what can we employ? Who do we reach out to? Who are our first responders to any situation? So we would think initially, government, you're supposed to be, local government, you're supposed to be the first responders or your disaster teams. But we also came to the realization that within our areas and our communities, and whoever is closely linked to the vulnerable communities that will be impacted by floods, we will definitely depend on the caregivers in the area, the people that were, the schools, the business people that will come in and assist, whether it's for food, water, whatever the case may be. So we tackled it a little bit different, but definitely need to go a little bit more deeper. But we thought, let's mobilize the communities that are in our space as opposed to waiting for local government or the intervention of external partners to assist. So we found it's most important to actually call on our own immediate circles of help in this space.
Brilliant. Thanks, Shanice. So these are perfect examples. I'm great at making perfect examples out of statements. A perfect example of what we talked about earlier, where the abstract and the practical both distill together. We've got that lovely side that we could never see, where we talked about pracademia of a blue gas and a pink gas coming together on a slide and mixing together. And then once they're mixed, that process cannot be reversed. This has happened. This event is a mixing that cannot be reversed. So she's taken the abstract, the recommendations, and said, how do we apply? So she's answered exactly Elko's point. If Elko would stop muttering, exactly Elko's point of what do we do? And her answer initially reminds me so much of what Catherine Sutherland talked about. Catherine Sutherland, don't forget, started 9 years ago. So not only is she starting, boom, she's starting with something that's we know has got a really good chance of working. And if that's of use to your community, and it's bound to be of use because Professor Leonard comes from that community. It's bound to be of use to UNISA as well. Thank you, Shanice. Who's going to talk Group 3A? James, Rumala, Beverly's here. Victor, Rabone, Khomotso. Victor, another person who's not afraid to stand up. Thank you. You don't worry, do you want to put it here? Put it there. Go.
2 minutes. Good morning. We focused on the distance between policy and practice. One of the conclusions that we arrived at was the detachment of academics from communities of practice. We did mention that in our presentation that, look, they'll come to our communities with big cars, they come there, they get the chief, then they get irrelevant people. And you come back with your research and create a very good document that is not going to go anywhere. So the recommendation that we arrived at was interventions of government and municipalities. Get the chief. The chief will give you the councillor. The councillor will give you the relevant stakeholders. Then we are going to come up with a very good product. You see, that was the missing link. Get the chief will give you the councillor will give you the relevant stakeholders. We are very organized where we come from. We've got very, very good stakeholders. Then on another conclusion, we spoke about lack of community cohesion. The recommendation that we came up with was creating structures of stakeholders and creation of leadership hierarchies. It's the very same thing. If you come to the community and want to address something, you get relevant people, relevant formations or stakeholders, then you're winning. On another conclusion, we spoke about lack of implementation. Lack of implementation. The recommendation that we came with was involvement of communities in decision making, due diligence on hiring of staff for implementation, accountability and monitoring, awareness creation, review of policies. If there is no interconnection between the policy, if we're not going to cover that distance, we're just wasting time. We need the interconnection to cover that distance, to connect. And the last one, the conclusion we came about was the resistance to change. The recommendation was addressing dynamics that lead to changed behavior and approach through change agents. You know, you need political influence or opinion leaders. Look, people will always resist change if they don't understand the next move, you know. So for us to cover the distance between policy and practice, we need to address the resistance to change. The how? We need to address dynamics that lead to change behavior and approach through change agents. We need to involve relevant people. Politicians are very, very influential. Get them to address this, the distance. You know, opinion leaders, relevant stakeholders to address this. I think, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So here's another bit of folklore. In the car again this morning, Andrew and I are talking about how do we make an analogy for what I just said about the push-pull thing. And I said, you know, it reminds me in a way of Victor's stream, the stream that's blocked, the stream that he's pushing upstream a little. If there is a stream, and there is, it's just a dry bed. So going up to where and finding ways to unblock, to unlock. That's an analogy for this. If we were to give this convention an overall title, we might give it Victor's stream's name. What is the name of the stream, class? What's the name of the river? Monununu. Monlunono. No, it's my identity now. I share your identity. So again, it's back to Elko's lovely point. If we get into the what's, the recommendation, it all becomes very clear what we have to do. And doing it together, hand in hand, partnership between communities and UNISA academics, departments, it's an opportunity. It's not a problem. It's an opportunity. Huge. Thank you, Victor. Team 3B. Class, Boitemelo, Lesejo. Lesejo's, here comes Lesejo. Thanks, Lesejo. Thanks for standing up.
Good morning, colleagues, partners, and everybody. Team 3B. We came with 4 conclusions. We started by doing the mind map in terms of the realities, the case studies within our different institution organizations, wherever the 3B team compositions are from. So the conclusions, number one, the NUR model, we were at the distance between the practice, the policy and the practice. That's where our mind map was made from, to look in terms of the bottom up, top down, and in the middle, we said there's so much of lack of the coordination and other ways and methodologies on achieving the NUR number 9. So, number one conclusion, we said disparities between the policymakers, the practitioners, and the academics. And the recommendation that there was, how can we look at the ways of ensuring that these disparities are diminished? And we said we have to apply the pressure through articles, the scientific articles and non-scientific articles, the newspapers, different media, to ensure that they understand that the service delivery on different spheres of what is expected within the bottom of the pyramid, within those local communities and every service where it's needed, they hear and they see and they read what exactly is expected of them as policymakers and the cascading effects of different levels. Number two, incorrect interpretation of policy by the practitioner based on assumptions by policymakers. We have beautiful policies, strategies, national strategies, whether it's an institution of higher education, whether it's a non-organization, a business, NGO, NPO, a business, you'll find that this conglomeration of different spheres do not really understand the business and the core of their policies. And in that, the policymakers think that there's an understanding, there's an assumption, which is killing us as a country from top to bottom. And we said compulsory for, as a recommendation, compulsory for policymakers to visit those projects, those programs, in response to the very policies that they had said, these are the policies to govern our governments in different spheres. Number three, accountability. In any governed institution, organization, even from the household, there's governance. So accountability is one of our core in terms of the inclusions that we find that, and the recommendation is, you know, in a household where we come from, when a baby has done something, say, oh, Nana, here's a sweetie, here's a drink, you've done it well. There's a reward, and the baby start learning that, oh, when I do good, Mom or Dad will give me a reward. So those incentives, as a human behavior, and in terms of a human development, change of the behavior, such incentives could play a role, and a bigger role, because happiness in every human asset plays a very big role in terms of productivity. At the end, you are accountable. And also, in that same sphere of incentives or reward, to enforce compliance. Because of the misconducts, the wrongdoing, the defaults in many projects and programs that we are involved in, if we are in that sense of recommendation to say, this is a reward for well done, excellent, then we enforce compliance, then you will understand that I am accountable, I am responsible, and at the end of the day, accountability is expected of me, and there is that results of the end results of whatever I've applied, I am accountable for it to ensure that I may be in the wrong or be in wanting. The number 4, the last one, is the lack of ICC, which is information, communication, and coordination. All inclusive agencies that are involved in whatever project programs set before them. And the recommendation thereof is to enforce the establishment of interdisciplinary team in accounting for that information, communication, and coordination. So thus far, this is what we say in Team 3B, to say we need to be accountable in everything that we do to ensure that whatever that the good that we are expected of to do is always measured. And that is for the next one. Thank you very much.
Yo. You see, I believe that this country is a great country. It's gone through a very steep learning curve, and it's done all sorts of good things and all sorts of awful things. It needs to reframe itself, and it's in moments like Lesejo Sejonyani, speaking with the passion and the knowledge and the experience that she spoke just now. It's in those moments that this country will be reborn. I'm sorry to get political and social and oh my God, but I do believe these things absolutely. It's got to start somewhere, and you've just seen part of the start. Lesejo, thank you. She reminded me as well, because she went through her groups 4, which was fine, that when you go to your groups again in a few moments' time after the last 2 feedbacks, your part of your task, as well as to consider the ALCO's great message about the recommendations and the what are you going to do, how's it going to happen, is to refine your feedback into one overall conclusion and recommendation, one big power number, which you'll stand up and present in front of everybody this afternoon, and we'll query the logic and the practicality of your recommendation and conclude. Yeah. So that's like going to happen later today. Thank you, Lesejo. Group Team 4, Miranda, Andrew, Sinawo, Mtotozeli, Olivia. Olivia's not here. Simpiwe. Who'd like to stand up and... Miranda.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm not going to let the rabbit out of the hat. So we actually, we are fragmentation, and we actually expanded it to and included silification as well. So we're concentrating on the 2 aspects. And we came up with 2 conclusions. The first one from the community point of view, and that concerns service provision. That's fragmented, and why it's been fragmented, because there's no, fragmentation between municipalities, provincial and state governance. And the second one from the academic point of view is academics are working in silos, doing their own research, and not actually consulting with other people doing the similar research on similar aspects. And we think that if they combine knowledge, resources, they can do so much better. And we actually came up with a how, but I'm not going to tell you now. But we will be following a bottoms-up approach. For later.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done. Well done, Team 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. I saw great conversations, kneelings at the table, some almost in prayer yesterday afternoon. Who'd like to talk? Sipiwe? Not. Oh, sorry, I thought she was coming to... Tom, you're okay, well done.
Right, so I didn't think I was going to be standing here. I come from marketing, advertising background, but I suppose that gives me the kudos to address what we had. And I think it's best to say we had a lot of topics to cover. First of all, we had to figure out which of the roadblocks we were going to focus on. I mean, we've got 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we narrowed it down to universal motivators. We went around the table, we introduced ourselves, and what we found out is that we all have there's a thread of farming involved. And we wanted to see what our strengths would be in that. And we wrote down a massive mess of a page, complete, sprawling mess over the page. And good Lord. So I think it's safe to say we have to sit down and sort of focus. I think we had a lot of amazing ideas coming forward about water security, food security, how we can implement these. We were sort of throwing solutions out before defining the problem, as I've heard before. And we believe that, all right, back to universal motivation. So we believe that there is, farming isn't sexy. And for our youth, for people getting into it, it's very difficult to motivate people to want to see farming as a career choice and method out of their situation, especially in our townships, especially in our in our rural areas. And we were trying to find a way to link that. I don't think we've got there yet. So we've got a lot more work to do. And I think it's, yeah, I'm just wheel spinning here. Sorry, gents.
It's all right.
Right. Yeah. I think we need a little bit more time. Can we have more time?
Yeah, of course. No, that's, yeah. No, time is what you've got. Thanks, Tom. Well done. And the rest of group 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I think now's the time for you to reform into your groups. Grab your papers at the back. Whatever you do, there's lots of words you could use now to bring you all back up to speed with each other. We'll be floating around. Hands up if you need any help. Hands up if you've got anything practical to say. You know, like the win list, the project list, so we can take some of those sorts of things away with us, please. Go. Thank you. It's breaking 11 o'clock, so roughly, let's probably repeat at some stage there. John? Sorry? It's all of that. All of that. Phew. How did that go?
Very well.
I thought so. It's so hard to get that thing between rigor, structure, and creativity. You know. Yeah. That connectedness. But it's about connectedness, isn't it? It's about listening and talking and thinking all at the same time, and when to stop, when to allow someone to go first, follow or lead, and it's just like, whoa.
And one day, so in your experience, when you get that,
I got one with the second, then. Whoa. That was exactly so. And I never know, and I don't seek to seek it before it comes. So in a way, I let it come to me. Allow it. Organic. That's a brilliant word. And the more I put my antenna into the air, then the more they come. I found that as I got older, particularly in my 60s, I'm well into my 60s. So I find it just like sometimes get overwhelmed by things coming in. And connect all the dots. Because I've been around for a while.
with your experience.
Yes. So it's wonderful. Dear man. All right, I've got to spin around now. We'll come back together. You're taking the whole day, great. I'm glad Dr. Mercedes is in charge.
No, but you're doing a great job.
Your devices and come forward. Are we all here? What did you vote for? We thought 3. We put 2's next to 3, and we had only 3 practitioners. We only had 3 practitioners. Good morning again. So, we've pulled the program forward by about an hour and a bit, which gives us time later in the day for further conversations, further networking, further solving of problems. The like of which I have not seen for many a year, as this morning, solving problems, making connections, putting people together, and enabling each other. Wonderful things are coming about, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. So now we're into the showdown, which sounds a bit sort of like OK Corral-ish, and we're not that sort of in that mood at all. We're in an inquisitive mood, aren't we? You're all journalists. Boom. Who likes to write? Who writes here regularly? Who writes a lot, apart from me? Ryan and Ian write a lot, and Kevin writes a lot. Good. So you're going to write notes and you're going to listen to presentations in a random order. We're going to start with Group 4. So I'd like to invite all the members of Group 4 to come forward and sit here, and we might need a few extra chairs given. Group 4, everybody forward, please. Be prepared to, yeah, Mtotazeli, that's you, yep, cool. Well done, Group 4. Come. Thank you, Colleen. Is that right? Yes. Colleen. I think there's 6. Handsome at birth is coming. Thank you, Kevin. Right. Thanks, Giv. Kev, this is for you. I think so. Okay, so the format's very simple. Each team takes a turn. I think I'm going to hand over to Alka. Alka is going to introduce Team 1 and show the rest of us how it's done, and then we'll follow on from that. Thanks, Alka.
All right, well, welcome to the press conference organized by the University of South Africa for the occasion of the launch of the Center of Excellence for Adaptation and Resilience. As part of it, we have asked a number of experts from academia and from community practice to come up with recommendations on how to solve a particular roadblock for implementing lessons learned in practice, as well as how to transition from risk to resilience. So we have a number of teams of experts this afternoon. And then, of course, what I forgot is, ladies and gentlemen of the press, welcome to this press conference. I should have started with that one. What we like to do is for the team to introduce themselves. I'm sure they have a primary presenter, a chair of this panel. Introduce the team of experts, and then what they do is they will present their primary conclusion and recommendation to solve a particular roadblock. For this team, it is roadblock number 4, fragmentation. I would like you to really listen carefully, and then after they finish their presentation, it's open for questions. Raise your hands, stand up, and you will get a microphone in your hand, and then you can ask the question to the team of experts, and be as critical as possible, focusing in on whether they have paid enough attention to answering the how question. When you get up to ask the question, please identify yourself and say which media you represent. That is for us so that we know what kind of audience is behind you as a journalist. So without further ado, I will hand over the microphone to the chair. Who is the chair, the primary speaker of the team? Dr. Deutschlander. Could you please start with identifying your team and then take the word? Yes.
Okay, I'm Miranda Deutschlander from the University of UNISA. I nearly made the boo again. And I'm going to just pass on the microphone so everybody can introduce themselves. Colleen.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Colleen Berzix, and I'm from Ornamental Horticulture in the University of South Africa.
My name is Simpiwe Njaka. I am a public management and governance practitioner at COPESA.
My name is Andrew van Ningen. I'm a friend of Ian Woodup's, and I farm in the Karoo.
My name is Mtuduzeli Makinana. I'm a traditional leader from the Eastern Cape, leading Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa as chairperson. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naomi Gijima. I am a community development worker from COPESA.
I'm Professor Kevin Mearns from the University of Life.
Okay, yes, how will we solve this problem? We've actually said it will be a bottom-up approach. So why a bottom-up approach? Because we won't be able to change government, so we will need to start on a community level to change. Okay, so our problem was actually non-service delivery, okay, in communities. And we actually had the other one was like silification. That is no cohesion or working together in the different departments. Good, so, okay, good. The better? Good. So we decide it's an educational problem. Mainly, if we actually had to give you one word, and that was educational problem. And we thought of decentralizing and restructuring the education system of South Africa, and by providing relevant training and skills that are needs-based and can be applied to the good of the community. So how will we do that? Okay, by making training accessible to people, by reinstating educational colleges in the different municipal regions. So for instance, like in Roodepoort, Krugersdorp, and in Randfontein, where it's accessible to the local people. Okay. And then training the people relevant skills that are required to actually ensure that they have the necessary skills, say like for electricity and plumbing, that they can actually be used in the community for the upliftment of the community and for the upliftment of themselves. And and then we actually also said that we actually need to recognize people's appropriate skills may be obtained formally or informally. And we actually need to coordinate and actually acquire a collaboration between the different parties. As I can just give an example, say if we want to develop a settlement or informal settlement, we need people that are actually have the different skills, say for planning the development or the town planning. So we need people that know where we can actually build the houses, the soils that are actually relevant for building houses. Where will we put the plumbing systems, the sewage systems? Where will we be appropriate to have like a vegetable garden? Where would it be able to have parks? If we build the houses, what is the angle that the houses need to be built up if we're going to put in solar panels so that the maximum sunlight is available for electricity and water harvesting, water tanks and things like that. So we need all these different skills. We need bricklayers to actually be able to build the bricks. We need electricians. We need people that can plaster, people that can put up roofs. So that's where all the people that has got the training at this local college so that they can actually apply the skills that they have developed. And so then people also need to be accountable for what the work that they have done. They must be proud of what they have accomplished, and they must also take ownership of what they have done. And it must be for the good of the community. They must work together as a community to achieve this. And I was just thinking of coordination, all these people with these different skills. I've seen a lot of people always standing at builders, and they've got this little board saying, I'm a plumber, I'm a tiler. Why don't we create like a website with the people's contact details? So if you're looking for an electrician, you can just go on this website, get the information from the electrician that you can contact, but there should actually also be the possibility for the people that have made use of this people's services to actually grade them, say it was excellent, or, you know, so that people can actually select from this list. And we also need to develop a team strategy or a joint planning to identify needs, human resources, natural and physical resources. We actually need to create a community profile of what is available and the resources that are available in our community. And then we must implement these resources, make use of them. We must evaluate these resources, and accountability. People must be accountable for what they have done. I think that's it. I don't know if any one of you want to add some information. Kevin?
I think that what we discussed is also looking at local people, that the solutions have to lie within the local area, and those solutions should be from the local area, for the local area, and that it should incorporate the leadership of the area, and where possible, communities should take responsibility for their own areas, and in that way you're actually getting the enhancement of service delivery from the people, by the people. And then although we can't change the political system, that we will often find where there's success, that it'll breed more success and people will come on board, and then you get a sort of a synergistic effect where people are breeding more success. I think that was quite a critical thing that we ended up discussing a lot.
Yeah, no, thank you, colleagues. We have also looked at where the problem of fragmentation now is starting. You know, if you look at the lowest level of our service delivery, at what level? at that level, in many municipalities, we don't have structures, effective structures that are put in play, in place. Or those structures that are there, they are not fully equipped with resources. For example, the ward councillor, a ward councillor by the arrangement of government is supposed to be championing service delivery. He is the person who is supposed to coordinate all these activities. But look at their offices. Sometimes they don't have any offices. And then it becomes a problem for you to operate if you don't have an office. So what I'm trying to say, service delivery sometimes is affected by that. There is no person fully equipped to coordinate the services of that are rendered by various institutions of government and non-governmental organizations. Thank you. To solve it, I think, firstly, is to look at that office very critical. If we are really serious about service delivery. That person, in our understanding, is supposed to be apolitical. Yes, it's good to have a councillor, but that councillor must be assisted by an administrator. We need an administrator. There's somebody who is well-versed, with almost everything that is happening, within your space. And also, as I said, we need to equip that office, with the necessary resources if we want to make it effective and deliver as it is expected by the communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this, Team 4. Before we are opening up the conference for the journalists to ask any questions, I have one myself. I think it is quite clear what you want to do, the problem identification, the silification, fragmentation, and lack of service delivery. And I think that you have pointed us to some really interesting suggestions. Making training available that is accessible to local people. And people need to be held accountable, take ownership.
We go back to the basics with...
We are indeed going back to the basics. The questions that come up are not so much, I think, related to the quality of your presentation, but about the implementation. And you did spend some time at the end about how this could be implemented. But questions I have are related to what is the mandate? For something like this, you need a mandate. You can say we don't need a mandate because we only do it from the bottom up. So it is a community-based initiative. So we don't need a mandate. But even when you say we don't need a mandate that describes who is doing it, what, and within what time, it's also a matter of resources, as was pointed out. This will require money. This will require resources in the sense of money, people, and equipment, as been said. So my question is primarily, where do you get the resources to get this going? Will this also come from the community itself? Or do you need to write project proposals? Do you need to look for funding in order to get this going, first on a small scale and then expand it upon proof of concept and proof of value? So that would be my first question before we open the floor. Could you briefly respond to that?
Well, funding can be a problem, but I think if the community see what skills or determine what skills or have a strategic plan, what skills is already available in the community. Okay, so for instance, it's like an ornamental horticulturist. We can actually ask this ornamental horticulturist, would they be willing to actually give a like we would quickly organize like a get together or something so that they can actually teach the local people at the informal workshop or something, like just the basic skills of how to do pruning. And so that the people can, at this workshop, learn how to do pruning and things like that. But I think you can actually also ask then, if you're having or organizing such a day, you can actually ask sponsors from local people or companies that would be maybe willing to sponsor such a day for training. I don't know if that would be possible.
Hi, sorry, just to add to that, I think something that is often overlooked is actually working within infrastructures that are set up already to do this. So instead of trying to do it yourself, you actually approach a company or a business or a private entity that is already involved in this kind of work so that they are able to duplicate what they are doing within your community that needs particular attention. And for me, the strategic planning is critical, because if you have a strat plan, you can say we need to do A, B, and C, and then be able to unpack A and say this ties in with your mandate, and say within Project A, these are the things that we need to achieve, and this is how we are going to achieve it, rather than have a blanket outlook on what needs to be done.
The resources, I think, Chairperson, it's a question of decentralization. You decentralize what is at the upper level. You empower that office at lower level, because your service delivery point is at lower level. So if you can have your cabinet at that level, fully resourced office to actually respond to the needs of the communities. But what is happening now is the vice versa. You get those people there, they don't have anything. As I have said, even offices sometimes, they don't have offices, and it's very difficult to coordinate service delivery if you don't have an office. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just to add to that, I think that the way is to leverage local skills. I think there's a lot of, some things don't need money. You can have sweat equity, where people just contribute their labor or their time. I think that's valuable. I think in terms of the pracademia approach, that a community could have a certain need, but the academic, through various networks, could actually leverage things that are looking for implementation opportunities. So I think that if you have a certain purpose, there are various government support systems already in place. And to work with the council could have the tractors but don't have the labor. So I think that's you may not need money, but you may need to leverage your network more successfully to be able to leverage the resources that you need.
Thank you for that response. So am I correct when I sort of summarize my question on resources with actually two words? And the first one is community volunteerism as the engine of your plans, and also the leverage, the pracademia leverage, that also the academic, they have access to research funds, for instance, and with research funding you could do a pilot project in the community. That, I take it, is, and that's exactly what the Center of Excellence is actually looking for. In the weeks and months to come, we will stay in touch with all the participants and do exactly that. Look for project-based opportunities. Could be research, could be education, whereby we leverage perhaps mobilizing the resources that the communities themselves cannot do, but the academic network, and that could perhaps assist the communities in. Exactly, that is what we're looking for. Now, we're going to open the floor to journalists with questions. So first, we have a first question. I'm sure there are others. Yeah, very good. We have 3 questions here. Let's keep it for that at the moment. And then please stand up and give me your name and, it doesn't matter, give us your name and your media affiliation.
Hello, I'm Kevin Johansson from Fox News. Yeah, I'm very impressed with what you've put down, and it's definitely the right route to go that I'm fully with. The question I ask, though, you're talking about this community and community cohesion. How would you convince the community to start thinking similar? And how will you mindset, if you like, the buy-in that they all kind of agree that together this is how it's going to work? Because you're going to have different leaders in those communities who often fight each other. How are you going to bring those leaders into a cohesion?
So, here's the question about a common frame of reference. How do you create togetherness at the community level? Who would like to talk? Mr. Carew.
The first thing I wanted to say was, where there's a vacuum, it's always filled with something. I think at the post office, it collapsed, and there were soon 8 or 9 different institutions that filled that gap. So often we look to fill a gap where it could be filled naturally. That's one of the things that I see. To answer Fox News, you use this process in amongst the community. And I've seen incredible cohesion and common goals amongst all the different people here, from farmers to academics to chiefs. So we use the same process.
I hope that this satisfies the journalist from Fox News and congratulate him for a relatively mild question, considering that it was Fox News. Now we go to the second question. Same here, please identify yourself and your media affiliation.
Thank you very much. My name is McDonald, and I'm from the HS Factor Radio. So I have 4 questions for our participants, and thank you so much. We learned a lot because you're the first one to go, so we see everything that needs to be done through you. Thank you. My first question is, for the purposes of sustainability and maintenance, who are the main role players and why? That's my first question. My second question is the model or the approach that you intend to apply inclusive of various contexts, e.g., can it be applied in both the urban or the village settings? My third question, what are some of the foreseen disruptions in relation to the model? And then the other question is, to what extent does inequalities play a role in the reception or rejection of the model that you seek to apply? And the last question, Chief, this goes specifically to you. To what extent does internal community disputes or urbanization leads to the progress in terms of development for the model that you seek to follow? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. This is actually, I think, a journalist who would like to propose 4 or 5 different research projects. So, I see that the questions have been written down. Who would like to dive in to respond? Yeah,
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the internal disputes, they are really, they impact negatively on service delivery. But I think the first thing that you need to do if you want to address that now is to encourage people to work together. You know, you promote social cohesion amongst themselves, and also you build confidence, especially to you as a leader. People must have confidence in you, so that when you talk, people can listen. And but if you stay aloof, you know, you are very far from the people. People won't listen to you. And also the internal disputes with regard to service delivered. They will not happen if people have agreed on the priorities. So imbizos are important. You prioritize the areas of development, you agree with them, you get the agreement. You must also impose, what supposed to be done with people. You must get their buy-in. So that would definitely lessen the internal dispute among the people. Thank you.
I'll just have a quick bash and give by the others some time to think. I think that looking at the roles and responsibilities, I think that within any community, whether it's urban or rural, there are certain structures in place. Even if those structures are only created because of a lack of service delivery or criminality or policing or a church group or a soccer club or a sewing group, whatever. So you have organizations that you can leverage. I think the important thing is to get them together, to work to a common goal. I think that's the difficulty. But if you do something small first and get a quick win, that means that people will buy into success. People buy into success. And I think that is a universal thing. You have community structures, you have people, and these networks are organic. They are already there. There's a WhatsApp group about the crime. There's a WhatsApp group about, I don't know, service delivery and the water issue and Eskom and load shed. So there's various organic groups already there. And I think it is to leverage them for a quick win so that people buy into the success so that then we can leverage them for greater service delivery or greater success later on.
I think it all comes down to be a motivation to work for the good of all, and for us as a community to work together so that we can achieve what we want to achieve. Freedom, security, food security, shelter. So motivation, we're working for the good of all.
I think we call that critical infrastructure, don't we?
Thank you. Sorry, could you just repeat question number 2?
We had such a lot of questions.
Is the model or approach inclusive of the various concepts? I had people were looking, I'm looking at the direction of impulse, because I know in the rural areas, you don't have things such as stormwater drainage.
Urban and rural.
Yeah, is the model that you seem to apply to, does it apply to both urban and rural areas? Is it
Yes, of course, yes.
I love the of course, because the societal cohesion, community volunteerism in cities is way up there, of course, right? Let me just, we have time for one more question, but two quick things. Could we please have your questions, as they are potential research projects, to make sure that I get, no, but for the benefit of, the practice, this conference, this meeting, yeah? And the second thing, what was I going to say? Never mind, it will come. We have time for a third question in the back. Yeah. Oh no, actually, there was you, huh? Sorry, he was first. And then you'll have a fourth question.
Thank you, Chair. I'm from Limpopo News. Mine is actually, it's a question / a submission. I'll be very easy on you. McDonald hit you very hard. You touched on the education issue. Education. We've got a problem here. We are sitting with a problem. I'm not sure if a lot of you are aware. Our children, if they want to go to FET, further education and training colleges, before we were looking for grade 10 as a minimum requirement. I'm advised that the academics or the intellectuals have now adjusted that minimum requirement to grade 12. How can you assist us with it? Because this is crisis. I'm victim, already struggling, but I'm there. I'm there on grade 9, I can get to 10, maybe after 2 years. Now you're pushing me for that further 2 years to grade 12, because I'm not going to get grade 12, but I want to go to FET. I want to do plumbing. I want to do electrician. I want to be an electrician. I want to construct roads. How can you assist us? The how part, please. Thank you very much.
The question, let me revert it back to the how question. I'm reminded of what I just forgot, is that the question that was asked by our journalist who just left the room about unforeseen obstacles, which was one of his questions. And I think when I do my, emphasize the how are you going to do this, which is really what we're after, then rather than asking people about the how, we might actually ask them indirectly exactly that question: what unforeseen, or what kind of obstacles do you foresee in the implementation of your program? That is a different way of getting into the nitty-gritty of the how. So that's actually a good question. But anyway, response to the education part of the house.
You don't need any education to become an electrician or a plumber or a bricklayer. You can go from the street straight into that college without any EFT or nothing, or any grade education. That's our model.
And to add on what he has just said, with the use of social media as a tool, the example that she has made regarding the people who hold the cards advertising the services that they're providing, we can simply create a platform, say on Facebook, to say, this is the person who is able to do the job, and then get the information, get permission to post their picture and the work that they have done, and recommendations will be made by then, because people do engage on social media, and that is where you'll be able to find other relevant skills and the right people to do the job on social media.
That's very good. I think in the international context, what you're referring to, correct me when I'm wrong, is sometimes called vocational technical training. Isn't that correct? Okay. Then we have one final question in the back. Now, I'm very curious as what kind of media representation we are going to get now.
Okay, hello. It's Llewellyn Leonard from the Center of Excellence International Press. Yes, we do have a press that we've just started. Yes, thank you. So, yeah, there's a very insightful presentation and points that was made. I think one of the points, there was actually two questions, but the first one is about the issue of governance came up in three of the speakers. And there was a mention of governance, which is we cannot change governance. It was mentioned by two speakers. And decentralization was also mentioned. So I'm trying to make sense of, what would this look like? There's decentralization. So are you saying you cannot contribute to social change? Or, because the whole aim of the COE as well is to inform government and to try and effect change. And then decentralization as well is important because it can hold leaders accountable, better service delivery, etc. So, is decentralization also the answer? So what do you mean by decentralization? Is it moving it from at a national level to local level or provincial level? And are we talking about resources? And how's it going to benefit people on the ground? So just trying to understand the thinking around governance and how that's going to unfold. Yeah, I think that's can I ask the second question?
I thought these were two questions.
Oh, it was? Oh, okay. No, okay.
Decentralization
impact. Oh, it's linked to governance is decentralization. So it's one question linked there. And just the final one in terms of, so we've launched the Center of Excellence now. And you would have seen the press media about it, right? So what role do you think that center can play in terms of the issues that you're facing? What is the role of academics now in terms of this? Because I haven't heard about that, what role academics can play. Do you have particular sites and projects that you want us in your group to actually research? Have you thought about that? Because I think the argument is pitched at it seems to be a macro level, which is great, but I mean, practically now at the local level, I mean, what assistance would you want from a center of excellence?
Okay, whilst I'm making my way back to the front, question number 1A is the issue of decentralization. Question number 1B is what impact on the ground are you going to achieve? And the second question was, what can the Center of Excellence actually contribute to this? And to one extent, that has already been answered by Professor Meerens, that you leverage the academic network and the ability to mobilize resources, whereas communities cannot do, and then in co-production, start with a community-based pilot project. But question 1A, decentralization, I think, Chief, you're going to talk about that. And impact on the ground, who is going to talk about that? Impact on the ground? Yeah, think about it. Well, and then of course, what can the COE do to assist, help you in actually making this into Nobel Prize-worthy endeavor?
Thank you, Chair. I think you are right, Prof, to say decentralization means the allocation of resources from upper level to the lower level. The reason why I see this important, you only measure your service delivery, your impact in service delivery on what is happening on the ground, your end point. It's not happening at the regional or upper structure, but at lower level where communities are. So if we can empower that level, you put up effective structures of service delivery, your committees, your leaders, even the university, your center of excellence, if they can support that level, then we can be able to see the change. But if that level, there's a vacuum, then it becomes a problem. So I see it as important in the way government structures, because government, of course, is very key. They are the people who are actually looking after the welfare of the people. They have set up the structures. As I said, at local level, there is a ward committee there. That's a parliament. If you go to India, for example, you look how they work at that level. You get government ministers at lower level. So if we can treat it that way, we empower that office, and then we'll be able to see this. All the organs of development, they can participate at that level, come up with integrated plan. Because this being the integrated plan we're talking about, many of us do not contribute there, and they're supposed actually to. This is the blueprint that they're supposed to be implementing. Service delivery is supposed to happen within the IDP document. Thank you.
Now we have impact on the ground, and we have the role of the Center of Excellence. Who would like to talk about impact or impact? Okay. Okay, both. Okay.
Just as far as I think regulation or decentralization is, we've gone through, the country's gone through a very much a centralization of education and closing a lot of the decentralized training institutions, the nursing colleges, the agricultural college. So we've gone through all that, but I think it's to reach back. I think that's where it goes back. So we need to, the impact must be on a local level. So we want to change things at the local level. And I think the way that the center could actually do that is to establish the needs of a certain area and what are the needs for training or skills development in that area. For example, through UNISA, we have got various campuses and various sites that can actually be used to decentralize it. We don't want to take somebody from a Karoo town that has to go all the way to Pretoria to get training on community development. They should be able to go to a local center. So we need to bring that closer to the people. But we need to bring what they want, what's appropriate for their need at that site, at that place. And then you will get a local impact, and it mustn't all be centralized back in Pretoria. That's where we've gone for many years. I think we need to reach back down.
All right. Thank you very much for answering 1B and 2 and 1A at the same time. All right. Do we have any last-minute comments that cannot wait? No, we don't. And so with that, I would like to invite the audience, a huge applause for team number 4. Thank you very much. And then I'll hand over the microphone to Ian. What is the next group? What? And then Johnny, you are going to take care of proceedings. Which team? Team 1.
Team 1, please, everybody. Team 1, to the stage.
Oh my gosh, you were supposed to give me ahead of time.
We're going to try and speed things up a little bit because we've got 5 more teams to get through. Maybe 20 minutes per team. We'll try and get 2 more before lunch.
Which one is it?
So keep me right if I don't. This is, well, I'm doing his job now. So is this the whole team? Yeah.
Just, I'm here.
Is that the whole team? Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, one more. Yeah. Oh, because they're doing a PowerPoint. Yeah.
This one? Yeah.
So is she presenting the whole?
It's not attached.
She's presenting. Okay. Great. So we have a PowerPoint presentation for this very well-organized team.
Any team that's going to have PowerPoint presentations, please give me ahead of time. It says your file is too large. Wait. I'm going to take it from... Let's see if it's gonna project from your memory stick. Which one is it? Which one is it? Common frame of reference. It's not. It's not projecting. Or maybe I need to resave it. Do you want to bring your laptop? Yeah, please. No, it's not. It's not working from this laptop.
Are you ready?
It's taking some time.
It's taking some time. I like to think of the HDMI cable as a common frame of reference. Well, yeah, let's have the team members introduce themselves. Thank you very much for telling me how to do my job. It's good.
That's my job. My name is Galit Cohen. I'm the Director of Ripples for Change from the Eastern Cape. Okay.
My name is Anita Mwanda. I'm a research assistant at the University of Johannesburg, and I'm also a volunteer at COPESA.
Hi, my name is Asi Ashu Modau. I'm from the University of South Africa.
Nobs Mwanda from COPESA.
I'm Florina from Limang Fresh Table.
I'm Surisha Jaga from UNISA, and our topic was the common frames of reference. It is getting there. I wonder if it's not going to work now. Do we want to swap? I don't know. It's taking time.
Surisha.
Is it in?
Which one is it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think so.
Hey, you can use this mic. Wait, here's the project. Project.
Let's do the...
Oh, here we are. No, it's here. It's here.
It's here. Right, thanks for your patience, everyone.
Sorry about that. Thank you. And once again, we're common frames of reference. And we had a lot of rich discussions about where we all come from for the different topics. And what we looked at was, why do we need a common frame of reference? As we all know, we have educational differences, we have language barriers, cultural differences, and power imbalances. And when we looked at it both from our perspectives as community members as well as academics, but then we also took ourselves out and looked at it from an average citizen. What differences do we have? And what challenges do we face when we're looking at different topics? So then we looked at what is the problem. And the one that we specifically looked at was communication. And we found that communication has three facets as to why we need a common frame of reference. There's miscommunication, malcommunication, and hierarchical communication. And this is really important because what we find is that miscommunication is generally understood. One person says something and it's interpreted or understood a different way. The malcommunication comes in where the wrong information has been passed from one section to another, and that makes a big difference in how we understand one another as well as how we gauge a situation. And then hierarchical communication, we looked at it, is when we look at interaction between people, especially communities and academics, I want to say, is that people are seen with, oh, you have a prof or you have a PhD and you must know all the information. And we are forgetting that there are people who know a lot but don't have all those big titles behind their names. So how are we going to overcome this communication barrier? So we looked at using the COE as a transdisciplinary area. It's a central point for people to meet, a melting pot, so we can overcome the issues that we need. And we coined the next term, the how of the how. How is the COE going to help us? And this is one of the things where we looked at skills transfer, looking at curriculum development at a basic level, taking policies and information that's really, really big and making it simple, understandable language. Who to train? Who are we going to give these skills to? And mechanisms of training. Obviously, if it is vocational training, it's going to need different aspects. If it is more theoretical training, those are different aspects as well. And then involving indigenous knowledge. Because the COE is a space where we can bring people together, indigenous knowledge is not necessarily having that formal training, but having an understanding of what we are talking about. Using things like media, WhatsApp information, infograms, pictures to share information. And one of those things that we need to consider is that we're living in the fourth industrial revolution, right? We need to make use and access of all of these different things. And then other things that we were looking at, the how of the how, is to develop strategies, policies, and look at the theory of change, skills development, and then ultimately behavioral change. And one of the main things that we looked at was that bringing people together for different aspects. That was why we found that the common frame of reference was really important to all of us. I'm not sure if anybody else from my team would like to add anything from here.
Would anyone else like to elaborate on these points?
But just to reiterate something that we said in the morning, is that we didn't go particularly for a case study because we felt that communication is right across, it cuts across, so it's a cross-cutting issue. And therefore, we've gone more generic. But we were also wanting to generate more conversations rather than give answers.
A small round of applause, please. And while you think of questions. Do we have any questions in the audience at the moment? Yes, we have one there. Oh. Please tell us your affiliation and...
My name's John Woodhouse. I'm from the States. CNN! Listen up. I haven't got a question. I just got a comment. The how of the how is superb, and it fits everything that I've been thinking and talking for the last 2.5 days. Everything. There's so many things that we've all been talking about, and I've been talking to all of you, and it all fits in there. It's remarkable coming together. So that's a comment. I know there should be a question. How can how of the how go a bit deeper? Is there more detail you can offer, perhaps? Make my life even rosier and brighter than it is already, with more stuff on the how of the how, please?
Thank you very much, CNN. So we want to get more meta on the meta how.
Thank you. So from the portion of how of the how, as you see, we have tackled a lot of things. Let me make an example of behavior change. We currently in a situation whereby we're facing of a upgrading in a 4IR. And it's an issue that is buzzing amongst the media, everywhere, everybody's talking about it. So now it also came in a table in a question of how can we be able to put all of the communication so that it can be distributed evenly from your rural area to the urban area, so that we cannot just cut other people to say these ones, they cannot really understand the language, but to make everything neutral for them to be easy access. So it's also a matter of, remember, people, they have their own different culture, lifestyles, and all those, so they have to adapt. So adaptation, it's more of a behavior being changed. So that's where the behavior of change came from. Don't know whether you want to add.
Just to add on the how of the how, We were looking at it in terms of public participation. With the COE, what we are doing here is more of public participation, bringing multidisciplinary people in one room, getting different skills, getting different knowledges from all of us. So in this communication, we realized that that is very important, and hence we did it in a generic way. Because in every case study that you would come up with, you would need to have planning. The COE would be that place where we get to plan. If we're dealing with floods, we'll bring all the relevant people from academics, from the communities to communicate all the different things they know about that certain area that they're having an issue with. So we are looking at the communication in terms of that, making sure that the public participation is important, and making sure that that information that is discussed in the planning is as simple as our everyday language. That way everyone is in the loop of what is being discussed and what needs to be done. Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of the communication, I think that there's a lot of learning to do from COVID. And how we managed to filter the information to every level of the society, that we all need to wear masks. The messages were concise, the messages were in different languages, it was in every, as we said, like an infographic. All of this information we can learn from COVID, and this is something that we also discussed here. If we are talking about floods in a certain area, how do we communicate all of this information? Simple messages. Yeah, that's it.
Just to add on as well on what has already been said, is that, for instance, if you look at things like skills transfer, what we've said is that we need to incentivize people to be in those spaces. And how we thought around that is that there needs to be more carrot than stick. Because, you know, I'm going to give two concrete examples that we discussed. One was, I think, there was the case study from KZN, where people build on floodlines. They know that, you know, something can happen, right? But there are no incentives for them to actually move out of those spaces, and hence they dig in their heels. Another example we were looking at, it was just something that we noticed this morning. You know, somebody not wearing a simple thing like a seat belt. And we were saying that, and coincidentally there was a police or a JMPD car 2 cars away from them. But because people have always regarded wearing seat belt as something that has got to do with JMPD policing rather than their own safety, what we were saying, the how of the how, as the center of excellence comes together, the way of messaging should be positive. There should be emphasis on the positive rather than, which is what the carrot would be, rather than the negative, which is you will be jailed if you, because then people simply tick the boxes when there is a lot of stick, and also just make sure that they are not caught rather than they are doing the right thing. So I don't know whether CNN you're okay?
To add on that, also regarding the skills transfer, it's much easier when you talk to the people with the language that they understand better, because the more you talk with that language, it's easy for them, even though the incidents or those case studies of your floods, they occur, they can be easily to respond with those. So that's when it comes back to the communication. How do we distribute the information that we have?
Thanks very much. There's a lot there. There seems there's... Okay, CNN really wants to come in. Doesn't want my intelligent summary.
I'm completely in admiration of the overlap between what this group has said and Group 1 said. What Group 1 called the bottom-up approach, you're calling the how of the how. And as far as I can see, they're exactly the same. So that begs the question, what sort of alignment would you seek to make with the folk from Team 1 talking about, Team 4 talking about fragmentation? What sort of cooperations, coordinations do you think you require?
Okay, so we're now, this is about common framing of references between roadblock teams almost. But yeah, who would like to answer this?
I'm not so sure if I'm understanding your question, but I'll just try to answer it to my understanding. So the common frame of reference, in my understanding, is about togetherness. Are we in agreement? Right? And so we decided to choose the communication because without the communication, there would not be any agreement, there will not be any togetherness. We cannot agree on anything if we are not understanding each other. And hence we spoke about the different whys of this communication, the language barriers, the cultures, everything. But we are basing it on communication. So I'm not so sure if we want to compare it to what Group 4 said, but the main thing in all this, what we are coming up with is we all need to communicate in a way that we understand each other. We need to be in agreement. If someone doesn't understand the language I'm using, I must find a way to communicate better with them, because at the end of the day, for us to solve a problem, for us to tackle any issues, we should be in agreement. We should understand each other. We should get the planning ready through the understanding of, through the understanding of each other. Yes. So I'm not sure if I'm getting what you're saying, Ian. CNN, I'm sorry.
I'll give it to you just now. Yeah, I'll give it to you just now.
There must be a willingness to communicate and willingness to listen. Exactly.
And to add to what you have all said, we agree with Ian that the communication has got to be bottom up, but we want to go further and say it should also be top down. Because the idea of being interdisciplinary and in one space is that we need to do exactly what you were saying, Dr. Deichland, that is to listen to each other. And so we came up with something like, we need this center of excellence to have 2 ears and 1 mouth.
Sorry, just to add to that, well, we also spoke about, but I don't think any of us mentioned it yet, but if we can't, and this comes in with the fragmentation, if we can't in-house source what we are looking for, it doesn't stop us from bringing in expertise or other role players, stakeholders in the environment to come and assist with us. A 1-day workshop, a 2-day workshop, a 3-day workshop is not going to fix all the problems, but it can always help with fragmentation. So for example, if we don't have the expertise within UNISA, we can always look at WITS or UCT or anywhere else to help assist fix what we are looking for. That's at an academic level. However, within communities, a community in KZN might be doing something about the flood prevention, but then you find that there's a freak accident, natural disaster, and Cape Town has floods. What do? We take the principles and the case studies and the understanding from those communities in KZN, and we transfer that knowledge. So yes, there's fragmentation, but the COE is working as a central hub, central point of information to bring that information across from the different areas.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. We're kind of running out of time for Team 1 if we want to squeeze one more in before lunch. So Let's save other questions for afterwards, and you can ask us. So thank you very much, Team 1. Who's next? Are you going to host the next one, Ian? Okay.
Hi. Teams 5, 6, 7, 8, please. 5, 6, 7, 8. Come. Please take your seats. 5, 6, 7, 8. We all here. Given, would you like? Where's Given? Given's gone. Let me find the photographer, please. You do? Can you find Given, please? Come and take a photograph. Thanks. So this is group 5, 6, 7, 8. And welcome, thank you. Would you like to introduce yourselves? Is there a lead presenter first? No? How are you going? You describe your process.
Thank you, and good afternoon, colleagues. We are group 5 to 8. We are the odd ones out, so we selected as our number one priority universal roadblock 5, 6, 7, and 8, and because there was just one person who selected that in the entire group, we were then clubbed together to form group 5 to 8. So we had to sit down and talk about the universal roadblocks that we all selected, and we ended up deciding that we will focus on the roadblock number 7, which is universal motivators. And our universal motivator is based on farming, because we have 2 female farmers. So we decided that we want to focus on the SDGs so that we can use farming to address some of the SDGs. We identified SDG 1 to 11 and SDG 13 because we believe that with farming we can address the issue of poverty, which is SDG number 1. We can address hunger, health and wellness. And if we try to come up with ways of teaching the youth and other people about farming, we can address quality education. And I think, as we all know, farming is mostly dominated by males. So we also wanted to introduce to address the issue of gender equality in farming, as well as we know that farming is also for us to address all the other SDGs that I've mentioned, we need clean water. So our universal roadblock also talks about clean water and affordable energy, as well as decent work and economic growth, because with food security we would be able to come up with decent work for people who would be going into farming and contributing to economic growth. And with that, we would need resources. So we need to come up with, to collaborate with industries and come up with innovative ways of dealing with farming. And before I give to my other colleagues, we also then talked about the farming in terms of addressing inequalities. Farming is mostly, as I mentioned earlier, is dominated by males, and is also dominated now by older males. So we want to introduce the youth and females and all other vulnerable groups into farming. And by doing that, we're hoping that we would be able to come up with sustainable cities and communities. And by finding innovative ways of farming, we would be also finding ways to adapt and be more resilient. So I'll give over to my two colleagues to share their success stories.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. I am Pompete from Liman Vegetable. I am supposed to unpack the gender inequality in farming. As we all know that agricultural sector is dominated by males. So in my farming experience, I've been undermined because obviously I'm tall, but then most importantly, because of my age and my gender. I mean, there's a very minute number of farmers that wants to put females in managerial positions because we are a risk. And the reason we are a risk is because we fall pregnant. There has been instances whereby me and my partner, like Florina, like we were approached because we also do the consultation to offer technical support to our clients. We had like recommendations on what to do, and then they had to be validated by a man. A man had to say what I was saying.
We go back to the basics with them.
And then due to that, we always had to constantly prove our competency. And still it is still difficult to be in this agricultural sector. So the recommendation will be women should take charge, just like we did with vegetables and Liman Vegetable, and expose ourselves. It's unfortunate that we constantly have to prove our competency. So to women in all ages, the youth, and to all the women, I'll say that we have to cement ourselves and take our space in the agricultural field and remember that what a man can do, I can double. So here on the first picture, as you can see, it was in one of the farms that I was in managerial position at. So what was happening is that our male tractor driver was not available. So I had to take initiative and drive the tractor myself. So the second one, we had like complicated cases whereby they will not listen to us. So we're like, okay, we fought with the people that were in charge, like the mills, and we had like the HODs at the farms that I was at. And we're like, no, we're going to take production ourselves because we had to prove ourselves. It's sad that we constantly have to prove ourselves, and we took the production, and you can see that we produced a cabbage that is big as me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my colleague. Can I stand up? As they introduced me, I'm Nakedi Susan Leshabana. I want to impress you guys, but not only impressed. Can I please speak Spedi, and Dr. Sesmalebu will translate. But firstly, can you please, my selector, play the video so that after that I'll explain. Sesmalebu, can you please interpret?
Back to the basics with Nakedi Shabana as she takes us through her journey as a farmer.
Thank you very much. Sis Malebu, now you are going to be my translator because I want to take this out. I want to explain fully. As a farmer, Kilina Kedi Susan Leshabana from Butokwa. Kibone hule Butokwa. Hore ke die this, ke recorded something like farming journey. Es ke lebeletse hore re na le crisis. Ya hore ba swa banana or farming ke mmereko wa ditšhila. Farming ha se mmereko. Nna ka bonna ke actress ko SABC 1 ba ba lebelang TV ke Mmakoloi ko scheme sam. Ke bone ho le botlhokwa hore ke tšee farming serious. Ke be ke motivate le baswa. Ke motivation ka bo yona. Ebile hape ke dia le di road show. Ke a le mo dikoloni ke thoma ka di primary di video tsa ka ke tse dintsi no ba le gore aka gona gore ke thoma ka di primary for ke bontshe bana botlhokwa ba education from primary.
Thank you. She had said that her name is Nakedi Leshabani, and she got into farming because she felt that it is very important to bring awareness to communities and initiate the youth to inform them and to show them that farming is not just meant for old people and farming is not just related to working with dirt. And yes, that's what I just said. So, so with her expertise and her connections as an actress, she mentioned that she on Scheme Sam, which is a local Sepedi soapy. She's advertising on SABC 1.
I'll pay a lot of money.
So she uses that, and she's also a motivational speaker. So she goes to schools, talks to students from as young as primary school all the way to high school to try and motivate them to get into farming, to try and contribute to food security, not only in Limpopo, in Botokwa, but to try and motivate communities around Botokwa and around the country to introduce the youth and women to farming, that farming is not only meant for men, but women can do it, as Mpo has mentioned, women can do it successfully as well.
Engwe hape ke try ho bontsha hore ele ka lebelela farming journey yaka ke biditse everyone ka mohare hona le khosi ya monna ke dulang hona khosi machaka hona le principal ya sekolo saka monna ke ithutile agriculture eleng Mr Mailula. Luckily enough Mr Mailula ba hona ko morao le ka imisa letsose eleng Mr Mailula wa ba hape le masipala ko re ntwe ke di ankenya ka hore re joinane e be joint venture iskaba show ya ka ke le one iskaba reality show ke le one iskaba campaign ya ka ke le one re thusane hona le masipala hona le principal ya sekolo ke tseba gore ke tlo kra bana mo bana ba sekolo wa ba hape le khosi naha ya rena e ra hore re busa ke mahosi ha ona ntwe nka idiane without khosi e ke go ba ka tsa setšhaba sa ke tshwantse consult ko khosing wa ba hape le municipality mole municipality ele ka lebella ona le Mr Gondolo wa ba le doctor baholo because ke a lema di organics ke ena mphane maile re the organics di good for ring and blah 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 ke tsentse le ba doctor wa ba le ba bangwe ba dutse ka circle ke ba SARS gore ke make sure everyone abe hona ba SARS le bona ba tlo re thuta ka gore re le balimi re tshwantse re fele re comply le molawana di tax le mamang because here le mabjale ke di company like Tuto temo ya nakedi ke nyane na le modumo le bona ke tuto temo ya nakedi. That's my farm. Tuto temo ya nakedi farm. Mo e le hore ne ke bidise everyone ka mo hara documentary re te re thusane ho recruiter. Re bitse ba so re bontsha ba so re farming is no longer boring. Farming as ya di elderly person, and then hape re bontsha le Penika. Oh, happy, but so get trouble. Farming ia improve. If arena baswa ka mohara farming, re tlo ba le problem because now ho na le di hydroponics farming, tse e le hore ne ke ho farmer without soil. Mo e le hore baswa ba ka di bona, baswa ba rata ho tlala ditšhile, ba rata mmereko o mo sample o e le hore ha ba fise ke letšatši skin, ke try ba bontsha dilo tša go tshwana le bo di hydroponics farming. Hele ka lebella ko di ma farming journey ya ka, o na le mo be ke tsena le baswa ka mo tšhemong. Be ke ba trainer ka nako ya COVID because bo ba sa ye disekolong ka lebella ba apere di mask hona mola. Ka nako ya COVID ke nahanne o dia di activities. Tšao dia practically ke ba bitse, ke ba keep busy, ke ba bontsha botlhokwa ba farming, ke ba traine tša dingwe tša dilo ka mo tšhemong gore ba phela ba le next to me. And ke bitsa di cameras because ke lemohile hore baswa if o ba recruiter o tshwantse o be le something sa o ba bitsa next to you. He ba bona di camera ba lebala hore ke farming. Ke letsepe ba kgatlheya napile ke topa 10% ya ra every year aim ya ka go topa 10% ya baswa ke ba recruiter into farming. That means ka 2030 ke tlo ba ke na le 80% ye nna ke recruit le ya baswa ba tla ka mahara farming ya ra hore South Africa re ka sa ba le mathata a mantši a dijo.
Okay. Okay, so in a nutshell, she is a content creator, but a farming content creator, because she says that whenever she does farming, she makes sure that there is camera, lights, and action, because that's what the youth wants. And I think the one thing I like about her farm is that she calls it tutotemo, which means farming knowledge, loosely translated by Nagedi. Okay. And she says this is the uniform, her farming uniform that she would like to actually bring in, and because the youngsters like things that are trendy, she feels that if she was to bring something like this, then she would be encouraging more young people to join in farming. What else did I think I covered most of the things. Then she says she doesn't farm alone. It is more integrated. She works with the principal of her former high school. She works with SARS and also they join, okay, not farming, the principal doesn't farm, correction. He helps with recruiting students from his school. She works with SARS to make sure that she's compliant because she likes cameras. She wouldn't want to be seen on TV with SARS accompanying her and trying to get the tax returns. So she makes sure that she's compliant, and she also works with doctors to make sure that what she farms, she tries to be organic. I think we're gonna be seeing her line of food in Woolies very soon because she's going very organic and very green. So I think, yeah, what else did I leave out? I think that's, yeah, it in a nutshell. So to carry on and to close off, I'm going to give over to my three, so we started with ladies because we want gender equality. So I'll give over to the three gentlemen in front of me to discuss what we're trying to achieve with farming in terms of addressing the other SDGs number 8 and 9, as well as I think SDG 4, which will be done by Dr. Machuta at the end. Thank you.
Hi, Ryan Burrows from the University of Copenhagen. I work in disaster management there, also working with the 2020 Vision Project and DM management for a few years now. Sorry, I don't have as much enthusiasm right now, but yeah. So we had a bit of a difficult situation at the start as we had risk, response, and consequences, pre-impact versus post-impact, universal motivator, and return on investment, and we all picked different ones. So we sort of decided halfway between 6 and 7. So we were at, you know, like a 6.5, maybe towards 6.9 or something. So, yeah. So that being said, I believe my segment, I wanted to focus on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So one of the main things that we believe would be the how to attack this issue would be more media exposure, as we have seen through this last video, which I just saw for the first time, and it's amazing, so very cool. Yeah, so mainly showing farmers in similar situations, particularly women, to promote gender equality, which could in turn increase the workforce by 50%. So this is a huge thing that we were concentrating on. So we discussed many other ways to facilitate this. So mainly we were thinking the Center of Excellence could help facilitate better communication, I'd say, between farmers, and similar topographical areas via social media, texting apps, text messaging, so sharing information such as the certain fertilizers that are working, the nutrients in the land, how they're doing their different irrigation techniques, maybe technological advancements, not major ones, because we wanted to start slow, not make big changes like you were saying. So work from the bottom up. And possibly start by administering surveys to local farms to find commonalities, and sharing on social platforms to help promote better water management and techniques. Yeah, so I'll pass it over.
Thank you. And so I'm Tom Manning. I am a marketer advertiser, and I'm from Durban, where the surf is great, and the farming. I haven't been involved in much farming. I have to come clean right from the front. So I'm seeing a lot of this for the first time over the last 3 days, and was a little bit rattled this morning because there were so many things to learn, and a lot of passion that's involved in the farming. And one of our big questions over the universal motivator is how to make farming sexy. How to get more people involved in it, how to get some pride back into the farming role, how we can literally sort of just tap into what people want to feel. How do people feel about farming? Because we're coming out of COVID, where food security has been brought home to us. We're shut down, sort of difficult to get around, and we have these wonderful people that have been solving these very questions. And you want to be able to expose their story. We need to tell their stories. We need to get that out and around. We need to show when people are, when people are making successes of things, and I think we have two wonderful candidates here to show successes. So I see that after we've shown that farming is sexy, we have to show how making urban farming more productive is not only necessary, but it feeds back into the loop of being able to to feed oneself, and being able to farm more, make your farm more productive, secure more land. There's a beautiful cycle, there's an upliftment cycle, and that's what we want to get people excited about. We want to explain that farming can be scaled from as small as kids bringing home farming projects to slowly to building around their gardens, making their own gardens, supplying their neighbors. Next step, obviously, is connecting with the more community. Lovely examples of celebrities, hopefully very soon, hey? Yeah, so hopefully some celebrity endorsements, some people coming around and making noise of the successes, the people that are actually putting in the hard work. Because farming is hard. That's what I've learned. There are a lot of barriers of entry, especially in South Africa. We spoke about the women taking on the farming roles. And there are so many families that are at home at the moment. And if they were productive, if they were building their own networks putting these things, the smaller farming and stuff, we can have a whole, I don't know, a whole breadth, a whole generation of people, inspiring ladies just like yourselves. And, you know, we're not forgetting about the guys either, because there'll be some pretty ladies in farming, so we're hoping we can hook them in as well, you know. But yeah, what we want to see is we want to see momentum. We want to start pushing the inertia, start building a bit of excitement, a bit of I want to try that too. There we go.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kodani Machusa from UNISA. So my role in our group is to try and sum up whatever you have heard so far, and then trying to also highlight what are the roles of academia, as we have heard from the beginning about academia, that we need academia plus practice. So we'll try and round up what will be the role of academia. When we came in at the beginning, we jungled through many ideas, but at the end of the day, we came back to the concepts of sustainable development and sustainable development goals, which Dr. Matlala introduced at the beginning, and my colleagues tried to highlight some of the issues that include social sustainability. That we're talking about now, jobs. Farming can also be used to create a lot of jobs, and it's also sustainable in terms of environment, because you can infuse it with other activities such as tourism, which are sustainable industries, and you can create sustainable jobs. And in terms of economic as well, it can also involve help in terms of improving the economy of the country, and also at a local level, so the people at the ground will be able to eat, will be able to get food. So it's a holistic approach that we looked at, but at the end of the day, it cascades down into the ground at the local level, as you've heard from our beautiful ladies' presentation. And then in terms of the role of academia, we felt that there is a need for recognition of farming or farmers in academia, or for example at UNISA. This can be done through education, skills, and research and development and innovation. I'll try to break it down, some of the examples that we came up with. In terms of skills development, the suggestion that we can perhaps have learnerships and experiential learning activities. This will also help in terms of infusing theory and practice, so that the trainees or the learnership holders will be able to practice whatever they're doing in the farm, but also learning from the academia. So this is one of the suggestions that how we can infuse the two. And other activities will maybe include qualifications in other areas such as agri-tourism, as you've also heard from Nakedi, that you can entertain people while in the farm. So those are some of the ideas that we can look at as UNISA. And in terms of innovation, we're also thinking that it is important to infuse or to include traditional or indigenous farming practices with scientific methods. Yesterday we had an example of using sandbags or something like that, which are used to control flooding. So those are some of the things that we need to include and combine with scientific methods to come up with more holistic and inclusive solutions. And there's also an issue about climate change impacts on farming. So there is a suggestion that we as academia, we can focus also on that research in terms of how climate change is impacting on farming and how we can then prevent that going forward. And we also need, as academia, to focus on the transfer and dissemination of knowledge, especially to local people. And there are also suggestions of, I think maybe Naledi forgot to mention it, that she does also include young people or youth to come into the farm, and she teaches them how to farm. And this also helps them to go back and also do small farming, but at the end of the day, it becomes a bigger farming in a bigger scale. And we also have a suggestion that maybe UNISA or academic institution can also assist in terms of local farmers to get access to markets. You know, it's because it's a challenge, especially at a local level. You can have a farm, but then if you don't have the market, where are you going to sell to? Or where is the encouragement from that? So maybe wherever possible, whatever we can do as academia to assist the local farmers to have access to markets. And this links also to youth education and mentoring as academia. Maybe we can adopt some of these farmers or local people and mentor them and teach them about some of the techniques that can also help them to improve the farming skills as well. So in a nutshell, that's all, colleagues, unless I've missed anything there. Thank you very much.
That was a wow. Thank you. Wow. Have you all clapped out? I think we can clap some more. Clap some more. That was amazing. They had 5, 6, 7, and 8, but I didn't realize the presentation of 5, 6, 7, 8 will be as diverse as the roadblocks. Well done. I thought it was fantastic. Who's got some questions? Yes, I can see 3. I'll take Frelina, Kevin, and Andrew, and then we'll break for lunch. Frelina first. You've got to announce which newspaper or media outlet you represent.
I'm from VOT, which is Tembisa, Voice of Tembisa FM. I'm happy what you two ladies are doing, which is fine. My question is based on how you mentioned hydroponics. In hydroponics, I think it's where you use water and stuff. How are you going to manage the risk of taking the technicalities into the extent level that it's always sustainable, regarding whether there is no electricity, there is no water, as now we are facing this, our daily life living off load shedding, how it's going to be. And also, you mentioned that you are 100% organic, but I beg to differ, because hydroponics is another level. So please dissect which part of organic are you speaking about?
So technicalities, electricity, water, security of hydroponics. And Po or Naledi? Okay.
Thank you very much. Ke nahana hore mo nngwe a wa nkwa botse. Nka bolela ka Sepedi. Ke nahana hore mo nngwe a wa nkwa botse. A ka re ke lema 100% organics. Ke rile re ke na le di doctor ka mo hara family ya ka ra Jenny e ke itshwereng ya ho recruita baswa. Ho na le di doctor. For as ke nyoko lema organics, ba te ba mphe knowledge. Ba te ban train, ba te ban thusa gore o tla o felletse ho na le organics, because le nna ka bonna ke sa learn something. That's why I'm not alone. Ke na le di stakeholders for assista or re tshwarisana re tswele pele. And hape ya or hydroponics ba tlo idia jwang mo situationeng ya o tshaba metlagase dilo tse ka mokana tsona. Ke bontshitse hore ke sa recruiter baswa. Ya ra for now le nna hydroponics a ke so itsebe ya ra hore ba hona ka mba ba tsebane China le ba tsebane ka hydroponics. That's why ke tshwanela hore ke raise, because nka kreya thuso from somewhere. A ke leme hydroponics mara ke nyaka tsebo ka yona. Baswa ke no Google ke ba bontsha kwa le kwa hore hydroponics ke farming without soil le tshediso. Ke a lebo.
In a nutshell.
Okay, so in a nutshell, she doesn't farm 100% organic. She's still learning, and she uses the stakeholders, the lecturers, the specialist doctors, and people who are involved in agriculture and organic and nutrition to assist her and to educate her on how to try and farm in a more sustainable way. And in terms of hydroponics, she would like to go that way one day when she has, I guess, all the other resources. But she says she uses it as a way to lure the youth, to try and show them that, you don't necessarily have to be constantly digging soil and everything, but if you have the resources and you're interested in farming, you can maybe consider hydroponics. So that's what, but she would like to get into it in the future.
Thank you. Kevin.
Okay, Kevin Jansen. I was fired from Fox News. Now I'm with Foundations for Farming. Mine is, one is a bit of a question and the other one is actually a challenge. Challenge one is, yes, we would like to see a lot more. By the way, I've got a lot of stuff I'd love to talk to you guys about later. Okay, this man's pushing me. He's a dictator. Anyway, we've got the answer why there's still a lot of men farming, okay? But there is an organization that pushes women farmers. There is not one organization that pushes men farmers, just out of interest. Number two, if you go to Elsenburg, and it's a woman and a man to get land, the woman will get the land first. So I am saying there is a push towards the woman, okay? But we do love women, and I don't want to get lynched by women here. We train both men and women. Number two, the reason children are not coming in, we know that reason and why, and we can answer it at lunch. Number three, if you go hydroponics, you're going away from organics. You cannot farm hydroponic organically. Hydroponic use chemical fertilizer, okay? And we are 100% organic, anti-GMO and all of that. So I'm just putting those points. We can talk more about it later, and I can show you how to be tremendously sustainable. I've shown some people here we get 4 cobs on one stem, and I'll show you later. Okay, Mr. Dictator.
Thank you, Kevin. And last question from Andrew.
John, Andrew from Al Jazeera. To what extent does the lack of land reform prevent you from expanding operations? The lack of land reform.
He's from Global TV. Who'd like to answer that one? Okay.
First of all, we don't take questions from Fox News, so I'll go back to you. I'm just kidding. So I just want to get back to the roadblock, which is universal motivator. So I believe hydroponics was mainly just one of the many changes that can be made as a symbol for different people to motivate them to get more, exposure and share with each other. Different farmers sharing with each other, so they can learn from each other and motivate each other to have more sustainable techniques. Mainly, we focused on the water management. Because they couldn't find a way to use rainwater to irrigate their entire landmass. So increasing the hectares or the landmass, I'm not quite sure how that works for his question. I'll pass that over to you. But you're going to need more water for that. So, but at the same time, if you increase the workforce by 50% through the gender equality, you have more jobs, you can work more land, you can have a higher yield, higher, but you can sell crops for more money, and yeah, so that's what I have to say about that, and then I'll pass to
Okay, thank you. I just want to add one last point. The issue of land, of course, it came through our discussions yesterday and today. So, but we didn't want to go into too much into challenges, really, because even the issue of electricity, because it discourages a lot. So, but we're trying to come up with solutions. That's why even these two ladies, they showed you the challenges, but they showed you how they are resilient. They're adapting in this situation. So we're trying by all means to, even if there are challenges, let's find ways how to do or solve the situation. One suggestion that I forgot, there was a suggestion from our group about an agri app, but I think I have a better suggestion for Prof. Leonard to suggest a COE app, which we can have all this segment of the COE where you can have information available to some of the stakeholders and also the local communities to have access and knowledge. So that will also assist as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, offline, over lunch.
Thanks, everybody. No, I'm closing.
So the very last thing is we did have this hydroponic question, like this came up in our discussions. How do you scale it up when you need electricity to do the drippers? How do you continue to balance the pH? Who do you go to and speak to when these things go wrong? So these are questions that are bubbling around our very table and surely around the university. And I think the Center of Excellence's role here is to collect all of those innovative ideas. I'm sure that students figuring out ways to get hydroponics to work without using electricity would be amazing. What if we use, I don't know, like thermal transfer, something like that, just off the top of my head. So yeah, I think we have the skills. We have the skills, and I hope we can make some celebrities. That's the plan.
Thank you. Thanks, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's nearly 20 to 2. I suggest we get back here at 2:15. Lunch 37 minutes. Back here in 2:15. I'm glad we have this extra time to do this showdown. We need it. We do need to be slightly more tight on time after lunch. So we'll try to keep it to 20 minutes. 20 minutes per group. No, offline. We're closed. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Well done. We'll see you in 2:15.
I know, you have to speak to she took it to me, she said she sorted it out. Is it? It's just a picture of I think it was on the laptop or it's going to be
in your
she's sitting over there in the corner. Oh yeah.
Is that it?
And then Michael, and then
Where's Mike?
Llewellyn.
Okay, if he thinks he is. He might have thought he was facilitating. Can we have any more members of Team 2 to the front, please? He's up. They want you on this is the team. Apparently it's not fair to have him on your team. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
He's dead. I absented him.
You what?
He absented him. That's what I was saying. He wanted you to do the job yourself.
He's still a group member.
He wanted to be an observer rather than participant.
Okay, I'm going to start.
Yeah, cool.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's move along. We're going to probably try and keep this to 20 minutes as well, if we can. So, Team 2, tell us about yourselves, and then tell us about your recommendations and conclusions, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We miss you, Llewellyn. Sad you can't join us, yeah? Ian, where's that dictator? My name is Zipho Ngongo, and I'm from an organization called Meriting Youth Development.
Hi everyone, Shanice Furman from the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance.
Hi, my name is Mike Roussos. I guess I'm a community activist of various different types.
Kevin Johansson from the Universal Brotherhood of Enlightened Men.
We don't have an academic. Llewellyn. All right. So our topic, our roadblock was lack of impact, which was topic 2. And my colleague is going to walk us through that, and we're just going to communicate and dialogue as a group.
Okay, so we came up with, well, our conclusion was government has failed to adequately fund flood zones, vulnerable communities that have been impacted by floods, and we've seen the fragmentation of roles and responsibilities in this. So we extensively started to discuss how do we resolve the problem and how do we address the concerns. So instead of waiting for government to step in, or local government, or bodies that are meant to address these type of scenarios with floods, we said that it would be ideal to start mobilizing our community reps, community groups, and in these representations of various groupings within our community, and in particular the communities that are affected by the flood directly. So we thought of having reps from the community areas that represent their groupings, churches, businesses, civics, and organizations, and any other body within these 2 areas which would like to offer a hand and assistance. These elected members will track, monitor, and minute the meetings that will be held, but more so because of the fragmentation we've seen in how engagement takes place when such disasters occur. Just some of the issues we've come across is that whenever resources are allocated to these communities or vulnerable areas after floods, there's always mismanagement of these resources, or the very resources meant to help people are always given to their friends, given to groups or collectives that actually do not need the resources. Can I steal from you? Sure. So just adding on to that, these members, which will definitely have to be elected, would have to be very open, transparent with how they handle everything. And we want to put this in the hands of community. So honesty would definitely have to come out of these groupings. Yeah, transparency is a huge quality that we would definitely need to elect these members. These elected representatives will be the first responders to the crises, anybody impacted by floods. They will be the ones to identify the needs. And out of these groups that have been elected representatives, they will set up teams that will definitely be able to assist and mobilize further where the help is needed and to carry out the work. Okay. We also think it's really important to have community ownership in this process, which will bring relevant stakeholders together to ensure quick, coordinated efforts to help the vulnerable in need fast. We also think it's really important to change the mindsets of not only the elected members, but also the communities that have been hit severely by flooding events. So mindset change is really important. And we've identified that the social scientific research will be of huge benefit in this area. It will also assist with identifying the landscape in which the flood has impacted. We will also need to draw on international lessons learned in other flooding situations around the world that we could replicate, but obviously make it specific to the very flooding incident in our area. Okay, and the approach here would be, after learning the lessons from international arenas, applying a case study within our area, and that could help and assist in other provinces as well that also become prey to flooding events. We definitely think it's important to feed into education sessions for the flood vulnerable communities. Education's key here in teaching people how to track flood levels. For instance, some of the rural communities aren't or do not have any access to radios that will say there is a flood that's approaching your area. Make sure that you do not go home or you avoid certain areas and so forth. So we thought of implementing different ways that one could educate a community to track flood level rise, heavy rains, the direction in which these heavy rains impact, and obviously tracking the levels. So you know exactly when to move, if you need to move or evacuate yourself out of the area, when to do so. Okay. Okay, so spatial planning is also another huge thing. The South Durban has been through numerous spatial development planning frameworks that are often extensive plans, outdated plans, and they do not consider floods. So that's something that needs to be relooked. Sorry. Okay, so spatial planning is one. It needs to address the existing challenges. It needs to look forward, and future planning needs to be taken into consideration, and planning for worse, or, you know, as we've seen over the years from 2017 till now in the last event, the flooding impacts have only been much more extreme every single time that we've encountered them. We also think that these plans cannot be done in isolation of community participation. So with all the vulnerable communities that are living on floodplains, they need to be educated, but also we need to consider what their views are, what they are experiencing on the ground, and that needs to be considered in the planning and also the development of these documents, so that we ensure that it's a bottom-up participation. We plan with community members. We also feel that out of the engagement with the COE, special task teams could be put into the communities, posted in areas to manage the risks, the signs, and equip the communities with the necessary skills on how to identify certain risks that would arise out of the flooding events prior. So it's the before, the during, and the after. That's important that we need to understand. We also need to look at the urban risk resilience, spatial planning, as we've said, mindset change, and just looking at the last flood, the loss and damage that people had to endure, that nobody up until today has had any counseling for the trauma victims, the people that have lost loved ones, that haven't had any closure for missing family members. So that needs to be taken into consideration and done with care and respect, but also to go back to the communities and track their experiences. A formal report that should come out of these events, that one can go in and know that we're able to follow. This is how it happened, and also learn from those experiences, because there's no better way. We cannot, and no COE can document somebody's lived experience besides the people that have been impacted the most. So that needs to be done as well. Lastly, we think with all of this, finance is really important, budgets, budget allocations. We also would like to identify that KZN, a month or two ago, was declared a state of disaster well after the fact. And we know states of disasters give rise to a lot of mismanagement of funds, and these funds that are meant to go where they should be going are not landing in the hands of the people that it needs to be. So we definitely think out of the COE, management of these finances through much more structured processes, whether it means this needs to be done in form of research or assisting communities hand in hand. If this is done through the COE, one can monitor and one can track the process much more strictly, opposed to leaving it in the hands of municipal officials to carry out something and we're unable to track, or any community representative or elected person per se. So we think we need to have much more stricter measures when we deal with these things, but also to prevent any form of corruption that could arise from capitalizing on someone's experience, such as the flooding events. Thank you.
Great. I just want to add one or two things. Thanks, Shanice. So the example we gave obviously was the flood, but it could be as applicable to any other sort of community crisis or intervention that's required. The important part was trying to find ways of bringing community initiative, people from the ground up, having some kind of control over what happens in their area, the assistance from people who might be able to do background research in order to feed into the kinds of strategies required, and frankly, just a distrust of the ways in which the existing government structures are actually dealing with the funds in situations like this, and also the extent to which they ignore the needs of people on the ground. So it becomes really important to create the sorts of background kind of research, if you like, plus structures, plus ongoing kind of monitoring in the form of some kind of audit process that would keep track, would make sure that they couldn't get away with it, and basically empower the communities to participate much more. So it was an example of because we happen to have 3 people in our group who actually knew something about the flooded areas and had some personal experience. It was a good one for us to discuss, but it applies just as much to a range of others.
Okay, thank you very much, Team 2. I open the floor to the press for their questions. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Nobs from Imvo Zabantsundu. I hope the chief is here. Oh, he's not. All right, then that is missed out completely. Anyway, the question I have is something that you've just brought up towards the end. And to just coin it, we have become very cynical as a nation, and with very good reason. We kind of, when there's money that's given to, for flooding, our beep beep antennas quickly say somebody's going to end up with a rich, and there's very good reason why we do that. And you've also then moved on to say that the COE could be the place that actually keeps that in check. And so the question I need to ask is, who's going to keep the check on the policemen? How is the COE, and I'm not even sure whether I'm directing it to you, but maybe we can build it into these conversations. How does the COE make sure that there's greater transparency so that we can actually work on the issue of of cynicism and distrust and mistrust and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. How do we check the checkers? That's a shop here, isn't it?
So just to stress, our discussion went in the direction of COE playing a kind of background role to assist us in doing the research, to do the kind of audits, if you like, to keep track, so that the community representatives are empowered to keep control. So the idea is not to hand it to somebody else and hope that they take responsibility for it. The idea is basically to say you need to empower the community representatives who are involved to be able to keep control of it and make sure it gets to the right places, because they're there to keep saying, hey, it's not going to the right place, informed by the kind of research that could be done by outsiders.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a little concerned. You are talking of mobilizing a community. Obviously, there are leaders, authentic leaders for that particular community. It could be a traditional leader if they are traditional communities, or a municipal councillor if they are living in urban areas. Now, how are you going to deal with that? Because now you'll have two parallel structures. The government structure is there and you have not consulted. You put up a structure, you see the community structure without their leaders. That is not going to create a problem at the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Who's going to take that one?
Just to answer that, there definitely will be power struggles, without a doubt. But the reasoning here, even with the setup of our elected members, is actual community people at the forefront. And why we say that, previously we've experienced, and this roadblock speaks about the lessons learned, and the lessons learned totally go back to the fact that we are unable to, unfortunately, trust the councillors and the structures of municipal managers, for instance, because we've seen a history of mismanagement. And where we've seen money or resources allocated to them for equal distribution, it's only created severe problems, because there will always be that factor, I choose so-and-so or this political party over these that do not represent that political party. So the idea was to keep it community-orientated, elected reps from the churches, from business, so that we have a wide variety of stakeholders. Yes, we might be minusing the councillor, or we might be minusing local government, but that was the aim, to address the ongoing issues we've had previously, the lesson we've learned from that, and to put it in the hands of people and people power in that sense, to address the concerns that we've.
Just, yeah, do you want to?
And just to add, with regards to tribal lands and the municipality and government, I know there's a lot of conflict within that kind of circle. So when we say we're going to involve the community as a whole, we don't mean that we would not be consulting with the chiefs, we would not be consulting with the councillors. It's just a more neutral ground where no one has sticky fingers. We're trying to manage where people are thinking of the people's best interest. And sometimes councillors don't necessarily have that, and hopefully the chiefs do. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ongoing issue, and obviously the attempt is not to displace some of the existing structures. The municipalities are there. They, to a pretty large extent, will continue to control the funds. But it's up to the people, and if you've got a mobilized community, to try and hold them accountable. It doesn't matter who it is. We've got political parties that are very active in every single area, and they will push themselves forward. They will want to be involved. And that's not a problem. It's just We don't want them to control the process. We want the people on the ground to be able to control the process. So regardless of whether it's a traditional leader or it's a political party or it's a councillor or whatever, those structures are there and they will continue to be there, and obviously they need to be involved. But we want to make sure that the people are able to control it.
All right, very good. Okay, this is going to be the last question.
From Fairway Journal. I would just like to know, how do you think of empowering the community? Are you going to identify specific community members that you're actually going to provide the necessary training? And are you going to have like emergency evacuation training sessions to keep the people mobile and accurate and like in a preventive manner?
So definitely, it's critical, and that's why we said it would be essential to, from the elected members, we have to, and definitely I think that's the role and responsibility of each and every one of us to identify people that are skilled in these areas. We do have some of the expertise in our community, so we would definitely approach them first and get their buy-in. And maybe they might decline and say, well, we don't want to be a part of this process because it's bound to be messy. That's fine, but give us somebody else that we think we can bring in to assist. But definitely it's just to enhance and reinforce community ownership within the communities and get them to lead the process. Education is key, and sometimes we might not have the skill within our community. Then we will have to leverage other people from outside that can come and assist and mobilize communities, teach them about how to be prepared, what to do, what to think about. And so definitely those aspects will have to come in to educate, but it has to be ground-based. So we're not just saying, come and do one workshop and we think we know everything. It's over time, and it's with practice, and it's consistency. And especially in the times or leading up to the potential flooding months, we can do those role plays. And that's what the funding and things will assist with getting that up and running. We currently don't have that, and that will definitely be a really important thing to consider.
Okay, thank you. Let's please all thank Team 2. Oh, wait, do you want to add something? Wait, sorry, almost.
One item. One of the things I think that's very critical is that our communities have been hand-fed for too long, and they expect, or they've been trained to think government, municipality, police will deliver. Not my job to deliver. And that's the mindset that now needs to permeate itself into that community, that they do have the power, they must take responsibility, and that's going to be quite a challenge.
Okay, now we can thank Team 2 and their people-powered governance infrastructure. Thank you. Let's go with Team 3A, please, to the stage. Team 3A. Clap, clap, clap. Let's encourage them to get up. Do you want to use the board? Yeah. Where do you want it? In the middle, maybe? Okay. So, are you going to be turning this? No. Yes. Okay. It might fall off that corner. Just be careful. Okay. All right. So, would the members of Team 3A like to introduce themselves and then move on to the presentation, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. Afternoon. My name is Victor Sishoka, founder or co-founder of Limpopo Resilience. I will allow my team members to introduce themselves. Thanks.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Linda Sibali from Kayas at UNISA. Thank you.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Kumutso Semenya from UNISA.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Chandugani Ningwini from UNISA.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Beverly. I'm a founder of Kheta Mantui, that's dealing with maintenance and cleaning. I am also a part of a project that's the name of it. It's Creative Arts in Schools. So I am their event and coordinator. Thank you.
Afternoon, everybody, and I'm James. I'm also from UNISA.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rebonim Zamane. I am a community development practitioner.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is McDonald Ramala. I'm from the College of Law, UNISA.
Okay, so I will be presenting for Group 3A. We are looking at the gap between policy and process. So we came up with various conclusions, and we decided let's stick to one conclusion, which is the main one, which is failure of policy implementation. So we asked the why. Why is there a failure of policy implementation? This is through lack of skill set, which is like expertise, lack of accountability, lack of enforcement, strict budgeting or the lack of proper budgeting, lack of capacity, which is courtship, lack of interest from ward councillors, where they look more at kickbacks. Instead of them implementing processes, they rather kick back processes and just be more relaxed within their community. And corruption, of course, the biggest one of them all. So with all of these whys and the processes thereof, we thought the best thing to do is to find fact, mission in terms, in quotes of the causes that lack thereof. So the best way to do this is through research. The best way to tackle this is through research, as well as looking at the people involved. This is by looking whether the people involved are qualified and whether they are experienced, right? So, yeah. Okay, wait. Okay, sorry. Okay, wait. Okay. No, it's fine. Okay, I found it. Okay, so the best process also to go about this in terms of failure of policy implementation is to always go through ground level processes. So the best place is to go at community involvement, right? So one of the things is the lack of community involvement. You cannot go into a community and enforce a policy upon them. You have to go to the community and ask whether, and inform them that a policy has been implemented and how they feel about it. So this is by involving communities to be in part of spaces where they can review policy. This is through the Chapter 9 institutions, provincial legislations, and key community representatives in addressing the gap and policy, in addressing the gap between policy and practice. And then when it comes to, in terms of the local levels, combining both academia and community in creating inclusive and holistic committee, this will, with inclusive stakeholders for the benefit of progress, development, controls, and monitoring and evaluation. So this is the what, right? So how are these committees going to implement policy process? This is through mentorship programs, formal trainings by using the each one, teach one approach. So when it comes to monitoring and evaluation, monitoring, when a when a policy is being implemented, it is important to fill in the gaps. Through monitoring, this is when you are able to see the gaps that are not filled up, and then you guys can work together as the community, as the committee, as well as academia to fill up the gaps to ensure that the policy is properly implemented. And then when it comes to mentorship programs, monitoring the in-skill of youth from the particular community to pick up the project and teaching others to lead and to take control of the future. So sorry. Okay. So the committee, right? So the committee that has been formed can help bring in youth as well to come in and then mentor, to mentor other youth as well, to create projects, and then through these projects, the youth can be able to instill those skills to the community and then create job creation as well as skills development for youth. All right, and then the next one is, okay, on a national level. So on a national level of how we can fill up the gap between policy and process, we have a room full of researchers and professionals, right? So the best way is to combine academia as well as the community with government. Through this, the academia creates research on issues that could impact various policies within a community. And by linking the two, community and academia, this process then can go to government, where the government can then evaluate the policies that have been created through the research that has been created by academia as well as the community to create policies that will impact both the community effectively and efficiently. And this will be implemented through a process that will make it easier for frameworks and steps thereforth. Thank you. I'll leave it to my board. Questions?
I think I can just, but most of what I will say will touch on what she has already mentioned. I think what we agreed on is that policy failure is quite common. And the reason for this are quite varied. They range from poor understanding of the policy, okay, insufficient knowledge of the implementation context, unclear or even contradictory goals, and absence of political will. If there's no political will, you can have as many policies as you want, but they will not have any effect. And there are various strategies that can be implemented to try and overcome policy failure, and this will include policy design. Could it be that the policy is based on unsound or unclear objectives? Maybe they are not feasible even. Those could be some of the issues. And then you also have to consider the risks that may arise and the barriers that may arise during implementation of the policies. The other strategy could be policy support, and this could include providing adequate resources, training, guidance, and feedback to implementers and the stakeholders, or establish a mechanism of monitoring, which she mentioned in the presentation. You have to follow up, and there has to be a mechanism by which you're able to establish whether the policy is being implemented and identify where the gaps are. Or alternatively, there could be policy adaptation, where you recognize that policies may need to be adjusted, okay, or revised in response to changing circumstances. But however, to be able to get to this, I think the first thing we need to do is a situation analysis. That will then inform us what is the cause of the failure. And then from there, we'll be able to design the way forward. And so the starting point we're saying is that would need to first get into the community, assess exactly where the problem is, and then take it from there. And if it means writing a proposal and then looking for funding before we then go back to begin implementing this thing, that would fall after that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. I would like to elaborate on the issue of committee formation. The reason for the committees with the fact that if all stakeholders are meeting in one place and be able to make sure that they put control processes and monitoring and evaluation, I think that will assist because you'll be able, in terms of control, you'll be able to have meetings, let me say maybe quarterly meetings, whereby you're going to be able to identify those gaps. If there's a need to assist through evaluation and monitoring, and then you can address those issues. So I think constant meeting where everyone is involved is very much important. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much, Team 3A. Are there any questions from the media?
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, I'm an administration man. I believe in administration. We have got structures that government has put in place to monitor service delivery. Right from the top, at the level of the president. You cannot allow a situation where a president from another country can come to South Africa without going through that office. That's the procedure. With the policy implementation, you need to have a procedure manual that goes with that, where you will actually, outline how this policy is going to be implemented. In that process, you cannot leave out the leaders. You cannot leave out the leaders. Otherwise, we are going to create a chaos here. You come with money, big monies, you go to my community. I'm a leader of that particular community. You go to those people, you organize them, you empower them without coming through this office. So it means you are actually saying to those people, they must undermine the authority. So I'm really worried about the approach. To me, it has to go through the administration if we want to be correct.
Thank you. So you thought you were going to get no questions and you got a really hard one.
I think maybe we were misunderstood. Normally when we go to any community, the starting point will be the tribal authority. That is where we're starting. Yes, thank you.
And maybe to add on that, when we said all the stakeholders involved, we meant also the tribal authority, all those who can be involved. So maybe we were not, maybe we didn't categorically state them. Who are they? Maybe we needed to list them. But we thought when we're saying stakeholders involved, those who have interest, definitely, they need to be part of the committee. So if they are part of the committee, definitely they won't be left out. They will be involved. Thank you.
Maybe just to add on, I'll give you an example about what we are doing currently in Butoko. If you come there, you meet the chief. We're very organized. We've got formations, we've got farmers forums, we've got business forums, youth formations, disability formations. We are there in Musata. As soon as you get there, the chief will give you to the councillor. The councillor will then call us, all these stakeholders, you won't miss us. Then we can start moving. We are very, very organized. If you come there and do it without us, we are going to chase you. Thank you.
No, I'm happy if you actually request the chief to call.
Yes, everything starts by the chief. They start there. And I'm behind all these formations because I said, Batoko, we are very intelligent. Let us organize ourselves. You can ask Sandal about us. They know us. Thank you very much.
I think just to add on that is that like at UNISA, it is actually an ethical issue. If you went into a community and you did not provide evidence that you got permission from the gatekeepers, and this would vary from chiefs or local councillors and whatever. So like Professor But he said, when we talk about the community, we are taking leaders of the community into consideration. That's the point of entry.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Oh, gotta go here. Oh, who was first? Right.
Florina from VOT News. Which policy do you identify that it is not implemented by the community? From a community member perspective, when you say policy, I think of restriction imposed on us, which
We were talking on general basis why there is there's no linkage, the gap between the policy and the practice. So we did not identify any particular policy. And again, I think we also mentioned that one other problem is that the community is not involved from the beginning. There is just a policy that is then imposed on them. So I think we addressed that.
Maybe just to add on that, as she indicated, we were just talking in general, but the emphasis was on policies which are meant to develop the community, help with community development. Like in terms of drafting those policies, is the consultation with communities in terms of how communities function, so that you can align your policy in terms of implementation and procedures thereof. Because what you find in most communities, for an example, you find that the government tend to say that there was community consultation, but in fact, it was just a representative in a meeting coming to speak in English, and then most community members don't understand that. They understand how to run the community, understand maybe the basics in terms of development, in terms of what they need. But when they are there, when they come, like usually experts come with jargons, terms which communities don't understand, and there's this disjuncture between our language and the English language. Like in most cases, what you might translate to stipend from English, it might not necessarily mean the same thing. So those people need actually a person that can actually be serve as a gap, like to bridge that gap, like the person who understands them, which goes back to the issue that we need skilled people maybe that speak the same language, that can bridge the gap in terms of consulting with these communities, because a community needs to, they need to understand these processes. Why, usually we go there, we don't tell the community about the importance of these policies and why they should participate, the disadvantages and the advantages thereof. So they feel left out, they are scared, like you have fear, or others, like he said, like most of them, they just like, anyway, it will never work out, and they're not, it's simply because they do not understand. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Right, I think we've got one more. I'm just going to go here. Go to Shanice.
Thank you. Shanice from the How TV network. I'd like to know, at what level and depth will you go to involve community that won't undermine their lived experience, but also give them sufficient opportunity to influence what affects them and what ends up being the ultimate policy at the end?
I think from what we discussed, we identified the gap as what we indicated in terms of involvement of community. Like, if you find most of the policies, the drafting of the policies, they start at the government level, in which there is no representative from the member of community that is participating actively in drafting that policy. It goes back again. They will go back with a draft policy, It doesn't happen often, but if they do go to the community before actually implementing that policy, they will always say that we had a ward councillor that provided comment. But the ward councillor, there is a community that is affected about there. The majority of the community is left out, you see. And then it goes back to say that if that ward councillor has their own special interest, they might not really go to communicate with the police. They will just say that there is this and this, the potential of having this, and then this is the document. The community will just like, okay, and then what will it bring us? Oh no, there's a project that is like, that will possibly create jobs because there's like, maybe somebody that is coming to workshop you about chicken farming. And then I'll say, okay, fine. But that's it about it. It ends there. So we want to see structural planning and structural changes at the government level, wherein we have a community from that community, not a member representing a community at a district level. But if you look for Vembe district, for example, it's a very big district, but you find there's one person there. Does that person know what Utloka people want, what the people in Toyando want? They don't know. But people in Sishiko, they have different needs, you see. So we don't have that currently. I'm not sure that if that... What will I do? I mean, as an academic, I'll say that what we can do, we can provide advice. But then there is a political will, there's a government that needs to implement those changes. There is this thing that you can give advice, but it doesn't mean that I will accept it, you see? So again, it goes back to like the same thing, political will to do something, you see? So, but it doesn't mean that we should give up pushing. We should put effort to try to advocate for changes in the way in which decisions are made, because those decisions affect us as community on the ground.
One more comment on that one, then we're wrapping up. Thanks.
Thanks, Jenny. What my colleagues have already said here, and Cherise, the question that you're asking, like what we will do differently, she's already alluded to that. For instance, let's take various policies on gender-based violence. The manner in which government is approaching the question of gender-based violence in South Africa is flawed. There was a time where we watched on the media where there was a woman who lifted up her skirt in front of the president. You might have forgotten. That was their definition of community engagement. But we know it does nothing. We know it does nothing. It's just cameras, and then after that, then it's back to square one. In fact, South Africa's got beautiful laws in terms of gender-based violence, the Domestic Violence Act. We even have courts of law specifically built to deal with gender-based violence. We even have a hotline. You can pick up the phone and call, the agents who are responsible for gender-based violence. But every day, every year, then a woman is killed. Somebody somewhere, it's cut into pieces. And there's failure for the implementation of these policies, and it cuts across. Somebody kills somebody today, and then they are arrested for 48 hours. They go to the magistrate, they get bail, they come back. That's why we said that, we first said lack of implementation. Then we said, no, there is implementation, but it's failing at every level. Pothole is fixed today. A pothole is fixed today. Come soft rain, then it gets washed away. Some of these things, you see them, you know them. So we won't reiterate. And it goes back to your question there, my sister, Baleba. These policies, like it's many. There are 350 policies. You can't do much with 350. I went up there, is it downstairs or upstairs, where we had lunch. That lunch cost more than 350. But that money in South Africa is given in order to help somebody who is unemployed. So that's a policy that's failing at so many levels, because you can't do much with 350. I can't fill up a tank and drive from Randburg to Pretoria with 350. It's close to nothing.
When you ask that, what should we do? I think there's a misconception that wherever there's policy implementation failure, and then the policy needs to be changed. Not necessarily. It may just be maybe not understood, or maybe what other things. There are various reasons why that could lead to implementation failure. It's not necessarily that we need to change it. So I think it's not very easy to exactly tell you what we'll do at this time, but it will depend on the policy, and it will depend on, like we say, the initial stage will be to do a situation analysis, put a finger on what is the problem, and then take it from there.
Okay, thank you very much, Team 3A. B, was it? No, you're A. Yeah. And now it's time for Team 3B. So, same topic, different team. And comparing the size of these teams, it looks like somebody wasn't very good at dividing by 2. Right, I'll let you all introduce yourselves and then tell us about what you guys were discussing.
Afternoon, colleagues. I am Mailula MK from Limpopo.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Selina Nkosi from UNISA. Our roadblock was policies versus practice.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Lesego Sejosengwe from UNISA.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Buitumelo Mabileza from Midlands Community.
Colleagues, Team 3B has come with one conclusion out of the morning conclusions that they had presented, and also one recommendation. Out of that, we said the conclusion, the core conclusion out of our discussions and interactions, and in terms of mind mapping and really looking at our different spheres of experiences as far as the NUR model number 3, the distance between the policy and the practice, we said is an accountability body. That is our conclusion. Out of that, we say this accountability body needs to train and ensure it capacitates, it empowers, and also look in terms of its core of the policies that are being put in place to govern the different spheres and the different levels of whether it's a higher education institution, whether you are in a community of Soweto, looking at the IDPs, the ward councillors that are irresponsive of what is expected. And also we went back into saying, but who is accountable? Who is an accountable body within the ward, within our local municipalities, in Middleland, Zone 3, Zone 9, Zone 7, where we see maybe the dumping of waste everywhere, where our environment is really polluted, and we find a whole lot of conglomerations of matters of things that each one is pointing fingers at the government. And who say, who's government? We are. So we are all accountable. And that is why we came into that accountable body in every governance system needs to be in place. And now we say, let's go back to the core of the business. Let's train them if we want them to be accountable. We're responsible for that. And that body, that accountable body, needs to ensure that the quality controls, the assurance of that which we want to put in place is well understood. The different skill sets are put in there. First, we approach it from participatory appraisal. You know, when you get in any society, you need to understand sociology of people. Whom am I speaking to? What language barrier are there? What kind of age and education level, the demographics plays a role. Because if you want to get into Lesotho, you need to understand, is it a Xhosa? Is she a Tswana? And my name might confuse and you assume because it's Lesotho, it's a Tswana. But I might say to you, I'm a Ghanaian, and you say, oh. The other thing is say, I'm a woman, I am at the age of 40 plus or 20 plus, I'm still a youth or so, and that is one of the factors that we do. And science, social sciences, pure science, societal experiences, indigenous knowledge that we are having, and we are so rich of, needs to play a big role in that accountability and formulating our information, communication, and coordination of that to reach our results. So that is the conclusion in that, saying, let's be responsive. Let us be all facilitators of levels, of different levels, to ensure that what we are putting it as an objective, aiming, it's well understood. If I am well understood, my results will come back to me to say, it has been well applied. We made an example with Mr. Klaas, and Mrs. Klaas say, I am a school headmaster. My results are when I see the pass rate. And the whole processes that are in there, it is his accountability to ensure that the message that he takes their teachers, we are now in January academic year, we need to start. I am expecting 100% grade 12 pass rate. He's responsible at that. But there's a lot of accountability. In that, the teachers need to also to relay the message to the learners to ensure that every process, aspect concerning learning, teaching, is well understood per subject, by subject expertise, being advised by subject advisors, having a continuous improvement systems that are put in place, the assignment, the test, the teaching in the classes, and everything that goes in there are well measured. By whose standard? By what standard? By who? Which expertise are expected? Are they in place? In here, we are talking about a holistic, integrated plan. And creative thinking styles play a role. Then we say, how are we going to do this? During this, and whilst the processes are ongoing, now we have sharing of ideas because we say we are in an improvement phases. That means continuous improvement. Exchanging the knowledge. How best can I teach mathematics? This is how I do it. How best can I teach physics? This is how you do it. And what are you doing for them not to just teach, but to have a lifelong learning students that you are preparing them for another level of a higher education, Mr. Klaas. And Mr. Klaas say, I'm accountable. So these are the things that we say for the conclusion that we came around. We really explored those ideas and came across that to say, let us now recommend the tax team, which has a multiple skill sets, expertise, experiences from bottom up, top up. And we say per portfolio or demographic or geographic or an area of focus will tell us the kind of a task stream, and we call them the watchdog. A watchdog, when you enter my yard, it does not know you. You do wrong, it does what a watchdog does. It doesn't say, but I was here yesterday, I was with your owner, remember me? Oh, it goes into you. You are doing wrong, you are trespassing. So a watchdog, and we said preferably when we think, but where should we be putting these watchdogs? I think we're overloading and overthinking and have a syndrome. And I'm glad the past group, they have really touched on many of the issues that we have articulated and say, in articulation of what exactly is the real issues of our country in terms of the distance between policies, and practitioners. It is the government, because of the power mongering, cadre development, deployment, because you find a cadre, I am deployed. Minister, I can't talk to the minister, but there is a Professor Ogutu. I know he is the expert in this area. Please, you are my tax team, you are my watchdog member. Back. And he said, I can't listen. Oh, there's a minister. We don't speak like that. I have to watch what I'm saying. When? How? And we're saying, we are in a vicious circle, South Africa. Let's wake up. The dogs are barking. They're waiting for us. So in that, 3A said there are policies. Beautiful. A beautiful country, beautiful intelligence, beautiful experts, beautiful universities. But the implementation and the disintegration, I'm saying that if I may borrow that, the disintegration of the disparities, disconnections of our policies. And sometimes it's not they are disconnected. It is because of that what we said this morning. Do you understand this policy that you are overseeing, Mr. Minister? Minister Nkosi, I am from Land Affairs. I have to give you land, but Department of Agriculture said we need this malnutrition. And the Department of Health said, I need a food nutrition programs. A dislocation, disconnected of policies. This is why we say accountability body that will be trained, empowered, capacitated, skilled, and ensuring that there's a continuous of that, because we work in the phases of deployment cadre, deployment within the cadre of the councillors, the ward members, and everyone in there to ensure that whatever is there. But are we going to stand still and say now training goes? No. It is us today in the center of excellence to say, as an expert, what is my action of plan from here? It is as a watchdog. How am I going to partner with this center that has been launched and say, this is my voice? Because the participatory approach says, I need the voices from the ground so that they can be policies. Maybe it is time for us slowly, surely, to see as academia, the pro-academia, to say, we have learned the lessons. Now let's take these lessons. Let's go and dust off the theses and the dissertations from the universities. Let's go into our communities and say, we have been expecting much of the government to do it for ourselves. This syndrome needs to be healed. Doctors, please, we need you. Heal us. We are ill. The symptoms of expectation. That government. There's no water, government. There's no government. Government. So practitioners, the voices of these communities, our societies are in your herd. That's why you are the community practitioners, having the voices of these communities. Let's partner with the higher education institutions and the chiefs in the area. As I said, we need to look at the demographics. We said demographics plays a role because a model of approach, a participatory appraisal approach, using the model that we are saying is an action research. Reason 2003 says there are many ways of finding a goal and there are many ways of reaching a goal, but how are you doing it? It is because there's an emergent problem that you need to be saying, I am a developer of this human being within a geographical location. So tribal authorities, city managers, local people, business people, expertise, subject expertise, scientists, pure scientists, social scientists, psychologists, let's think together. Let's go and say this attitude, this behavior that we want to see is well addressed. Then we will learn from our lessons. Then we will be an improving. Slowly but surely we'll get there. Slowly and surely we'll have to measure and say the significance of this center of excellence, as all practitioners from different spheres will say, now we are making an impact because the effect needs to start from today on forth. That's what we agreed on. And I think at the end of the day, we will say all the communication, the information that is there, it will be well understood, well applied, and now we can say, what are we measuring? Amen.
I need to thank my colleague for presenting this with such passion. Thank you. Colleagues, I think our recommendation, which is based on the task team, watchdog, whichever, the way she put it as a watchdog, was based on the involvement of the different stakeholders depending on the objective and the goal that needs to be achieved. And as a watchdog, they will facilitate, it will be meant to facilitate communication and collaboration. And these are some of the huge roles that these huge, or this watchdog or task team or working group, whichever name you choose to call it, will provide a platform for sharing knowledge, exchanging ideas, and working together to address common challenges, as well as ensures that policies and practices are developed and implemented in a manner that is effective and responsive to the needs of stakeholders. Stakeholders may involve academics, policymakers, practitioners, local communities, their representative, etc., with the necessary skill set that is required. And it will also help to establish clear lines of responsibility and authority to ensure accountability and governance, as well as coordination. We also said that in some of the roles that the watchdog will have will also provide an opportunity for dialogue or for engagement. This will be in a form of either meetings, conferences, workshops with your stakeholders, and also the importance of evaluation and feedback will also lie with this watchdog, so that there's evaluation, there's feedback in the policy making as well as the implementation process. Of course, that should be measured according to the developed performance metrics, indicators that will assess the effectiveness in the policy's implementation in practice. Thank you. I want to hand to one of my colleagues.
Yeah, thanks to my sisters there. Yeah, we really worked around this for a long time as we came up with the task team, if not the watchdog. However, one of the tasks that they need to do is to get the community to us, because if we cannot knock into the chief's house or the councillor's house, we won't be able to get the community. So we need to start off there and then get them to come to meet with us, and we educate them through whatever project we want to implement in the area. We also have to make sure that we've got a regular visit with them so we can measure the growth if not the process or the progress of what they're doing. If they're failing, we are able to assist. If they're going in the right way, we are also able to add more value in them. So on that note, we felt that it's very important to have a watchdog in our community to come and assist with us. Thank you.
Good job, guys. Okay, who wants to challenge the watchdog? Oh, everyone's very intimidated. Come on, one question. It's the last group. No, it's just too good. Bang on, no questions. All right, no questions. Good job, guys. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. She should be Prime Minister. Can she be the President sometimes? Are we going to do a wrap up? Someone going to do some reflection?
I'm supposed to. I'm ready to do that. Just to review and hand over this advice. So I'll say thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. You want to say that?
Perhaps one sentence at the end. Do you want to say it now first? It's intended to be. Well, I can. Or is it some? Is it some? Maybe. Well, it's poetic call to action. Oh, and that's good. I'll do that after. Yeah.
Thanks, colleagues, for the very insightful presentations. Now, Mr. Widot will be giving us an overview of the Brachythemia sessions. Thank you.
Thanks, Siloe. Good afternoon. So it's the end of 3 days, and they've been quite big 3 days. And so to review 3 days of bigness like that is quite a task. I'm not going to try that. I just remember my history as a consultant, where I spent sort of 30-something years addressing big things. Sorry? And we coined the phrase, how do you eat an elephant? And you eat an elephant in small bits, starting now. And that's sort of what we've got to do. So my review is like, well, I've written government failure. We're seeing, like so many civil society groups around the country, maybe even around the world, that we're all being let down by the people we've elected into office. And we've got quite a large case of that letting down, but because we're people of action and intent, we want to do something. So we ask ourselves, what can we do? And we come up with beautiful phrases like task teams and watchdogs. We sort of, right, okay, we're going to fill this gap somehow. So then I background that against Professor Magana up here at the very first thing on Monday morning, that beautiful phrase, gratitude cannot be exhausted. It cannot be exhausted. We can give and give gratitude until we die. And then people will carry on doing it after we're dead. So that filling of the gaps in sort of large macro terms, for me, brings very much to mind, as well as Professor Magana, but he'd be happy to be bracketed with this gentleman, Mahatma Gandhi, who we remember told us, be the change you want to see. So that's what we're doing. We want to see some change, something come about, and nobody's going to do it for us except ourselves. So we be the change we want to be. So then, just to say, I very much enjoyed my colleague Johnny Stormouth-Darling's slide review yesterday morning, which is sort of a bunch of yellow post-its and then words written on the post-its. And I've written them. I've referred to those now. The first one was common challenges. The challenges are common. The two big commonalities that struck me were the bottom-upness, which fits exactly with be the change you want to see. It's got to be bottom-up. We can't top-down. We can't make prescriptive decisions anymore. We've got to, second must, collaborate. And that's what that's been the marvel, the magic of these 3 days. The potential, the realized potential, the actuality, the reality of collaboration between important groups in our society, in our civil society. We're developing, second point, a mutual consensus to work together. That mutual consensus exists and will develop. We've really got to know each other's strengths and opportunities, the challenges that we face, the strength of character that's in this room. It's immense. It's awesome. We share the outcomes together between the community of excellence and the community practitioners and everybody else, the guests, the independents. We use the same language. Even when Nakedi stood up this morning and sang and spoke in Sepedi, we understood. She was so passionate. We understood what was going on. Malebo very kindly translated in a nutshell, which is a great phrase. But we got it. We got it because it went straight to the heart. It was real. It was here's a biggie. It was the truth. And the more we can confront the truth, the closer we'll get to realizing our aspirations in the future. We know how to measure success. The outputs of this launch process and the further activities that will follow from this launch, which are many. We're sort of going through a bit of a dark hole, a black hole now, and boom, we're going through it, and a wormhole, and we're into another universe. From this afternoon, we're going to take time to actually absorb all the detail, and that's going to happen in the next several weeks. But we want to see as well that we're making progress immediately, and I think that's tangible. Johnny asked us, do we understand what's our understanding of resilience? And I've written here, well, we understand it better than we did. It might be a never-ending task to interrogate what resilience means to each of us, because it's part of our character, part of our personalities, which change and develop. But a strong reflection on what resilience means to us, it would be a wonderful thing to do. We know up front and personal, we've watched these wonderful press conferences for the last 2 to 3 hours. We know the need for ongoing collaboration, which is the next point. And I've got a list, Johnny's got a list, we've got lists of opportunities that have just been spoken about in the last 72 hours. And there's a lot more. And they'll generate, the part of collaboration means, have we said this? Offering yourself. You must reach out. Everybody must reach out to everybody else for perhaps for inspiration, perhaps for a shoulder, perhaps for a contact, an idea, a thinking partner. Don't be afraid to reach out into your own inside your own organizations, but also very much between the organizations and the communities that we all represent. And capacity and empowerment, the ninth point of 9, and they complete the circle, which allows me to complete my talk, my review. Capacity and empowerment, what can we do? How can we capacitate ourselves? How can we empower ourselves and each other? And I go right back to the words of Prof. Gratitude cannot be exhausted. And behind him, Mahatma Gandhi, be the change you want to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Widot. I would like now to call upon our Director of the School of Ecological and Human Sustainability to give a word of thank you and to formally close the event. That's Prof. Sibali.
Okay. Colleagues, good afternoon. I think before I do the vote of thanks, I think you need to congratulate yourself for the last 3 days, and the Center of Excellence now is launched. Can you give yourself a round of applause, colleagues? Thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, I would also like to greet colleagues which are listening to us virtually, who are watching us. I'm saying good afternoon to them too. Colleagues, I feel honored for the opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks and close the launch of the COE for adaptation and resilience. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the man of the moment, Prof. Leonard. Congratulations, Prof. Colleagues, I can't forget the COD, Chair of Department, where the COE is based. Where is it hosted? Dr. Semenya. Dr. Semenya, thank you for buying into the idea, because we started with this with Prof. Leonard 2021, and you came in January 2022, and you bought the idea, and that's why we are here today. No, thank you a lot. Thank you a lot. Colleagues, also to the CAIS management, they've been there with us through thick and thin. Remember, before you see what you see, there are a lot of processes that are going through. We need to make sure that whatever this concept is approved in certain committees. That's where we are. And it was because of the CAIS management colleagues that were working within the college. Thank you. Colleagues, whilst they are clapping hands, in reality, what a significant way in celebration of the 150th anniversary of the institution called UNISA. We are 150 years, and I think we could have launched this COE last year, but I think it was waiting for this milestone. And I say thank you to you for being part of this. And I noted that the vision and the mission of the COE is grounded on what UNISA stands for, which is engaged scholarship. We believe that at UNISA, we don't need to do, our projects in the communities, but we need to do them with communities. Yeah, that is very much important. I checked UNESCO. You know, UNESCO, the role of the university. UNESCO 2023 states that the role of the university is to form 3 basic functions, which is research, teaching, and learning, providing services to the community under conditions of institutional autonomy and academic freedom. And this was an explanation even in 2009. So, colleagues, the role of university doesn't change, but it's us to make sure that we implement it well, we understand it. That's very much important. Therefore, colleagues, consider that the COE as a national asset that will grow beyond the boundaries of South Africa to the world. And the fact that we have global colleagues, our distinguished guests, that is a proof. And I would like also to thank you all for making time to attend the event. That is very much important, colleagues, which means we got your buy-in. Colleagues, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our VC, Prof. Lenkambule, and DVC Research Innovation and Postgraduate Studies and Commercialization, Prof. Moiwa, for making time against all odds and be with us to give the word of support. To Prof. Machano and Case Management for their support throughout the process. And my special thanks, colleagues, goes to all the members who participated in different ways. I'm talking about our researchers, for instance, Prof. Machano, for his welcoming of guests and unpacking the college, exactly what do we do. Prof. Leonard, you unpacked the mission, the vision, and the purpose of the Center of Excellence, Adaptation and Resilience. Prof. Dijkstra, thanks a million, sir. For international perspective on the COE, at least you set the tone and we were able to understand what you were saying exactly. And Prof. Mondentwasa on kindness, community practice was able to unpack what is it about. Dr. Genevieve, James, unpacking UNISA as an engaged university so that we can understand what does UNISA stand for, because that was the person also who gave us elaborated explanation. What is it that we do at UNISA with regards to community engagement? Our keynote speaker, Mrs. Elias Leroux, on policy perspective on linking practical and academia, the African Futures in Innovation Program. Colleagues, I won't forget Prof. Sutherland on flooding and community engagement research in KwaZulu-Natal, how vulnerable communities react to flooding. Also, Mr. Ministry from Xylem, he also gave us a topic on climate change and water security, water technologies for sustainable communities. My man, Mr. Widop, he also unpacked academic and approach and importance and talking about headlining academic and community presentations. Colleagues, let me also thank the presenters who presented with regards to community of practice. I won't elaborate more, but I'll just mention their names just for acknowledgement. Prof. Anna Tsotekile Kambule, Dr. Miranda Deschland, Prof. Kevin Mans, Dr. Florence Malungane, Prof. Memory Tekere, and Dr. Johnny Stomoth Darling. And colleagues, we had community presenters. These are our partners. Can we please make sure that we keep them safe and they are part of the family now? Ms. Gomes, Dr. Nwanda, Ms. Kohoni, Mr. Mailula, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Haupt. I can say that Dr. Sumenya is looking at me. I haven't forgotten program directors. Yeah. Colleagues, let us thank our program directors. At least they were able to guide us and keeping time to give us direction in the past 3 days. I'll start with her, Dr. Khumutso Semenya, Dr. Shandukani Nwenini, Prof. Ndanganzeni Mapoli, Dr. Salare Mosebi. You haven't finished your job yet, but you're getting thanked. Yeah, Dr. Malebu Matlala for introducing the speaker, and the marketing team colleagues. This was not going to be possible without these colleagues.
They worked tirelessly between the day we decided which date is it going to be until today. Until today, Ms. Kogoleti Ngobo, Ms. Mashudu Patience Mabata, Ms. Singisani Chabalala, and Ms. Mary Malashela. Multimedia team colleagues, Mr. Mduduzi Katamzi, Mr. Lupumbulum Suselmeli, Mr. Veli Sibuyi, Mr. Given Maluleka. In conclusion, colleagues, your presence and your support through the process meant more than I can say. Once again, thanks to everyone.
Thank you, Prof. Zibale. Can you, before you go, can you please have a seat there?
Oh,
yeah. And I'd just like to call upon the following individuals to please join Prof. Zibale on the chairs here. This will be our members from the communities who have joined us. I'll start with Ms. Shanice Gomez, Dr. Nobs Mwanda, Ms. Khalid Cohen, Mr. Klaas Mailula, Mr. Kevin Johansen, then Chief Tutuzeli Makinana, then Prof. Traiska, Dr. Semenya, Prof. Leonard. Yes, Prof. Do you have a chair for Prof. Leonard? Thank you, colleagues. Just be seated for a few seconds. Oh, okay. Prof. Destra, can you come and see us on the here? By one or one. No, Prof. Destra, you can come this side. Yeah, for the picture. Yeah. Ms. Shanice Gomez.
Can you give him something to say?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Prof. Destra just want to have one thing to say.
Just, because I probably won't have time to say goodbye to all of you. I've considered you colleagues, now you're friends, I could say brothers and sisters. As Professor Magana was saying, in my language. And I would say, in my language, they have a saying which goes as follows. You cannot bend iron with your hands. You need fire for that. And in the past 3 days, we have created fire. So let's go out and bend some iron. Thank you.
Ms. Gomez, thank you. Dr. Nobs Mwanda. Ms. Galette One Cohen. Mr. Klaas Mailula. Thank you. Mr. Kevin Johansson.
I accept this for my team.
And lastly, Chief Mtutuzeli Makinana. Colleagues, so the event is officially over, but before that, there will be a 10-minute refreshment, and then after that, you need to come back here for our special performance. Thanks.
Maybe they're listening to YouTube.
Maybe they want to watch.
Yeah.